Do you know that time that I accurately guessed when the meeting ended and I was supposed to get a prize? That was the meeting that I started 1 minute early, and it was determined that it was my guess was invalid.
Disqualified.
Yes. I know, it's a harsh.
Absolutely, yeah, it's completely, an appealable process.
Yeah. Well, those future opportunities.
So we keep forgetting to guess.
Seems like a good night for caffeine. Are we recording now?
We're recording.
Okay, let's go. Good evening, everyone. It is 6 p.m. and I call this regular city council meeting of March 3rd to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Dolan?
Here.
Councilmember Thomas?
Here.
Councilmember Edwards?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark?
Present.
Councilmember Terry?
Here.
Councilmember Grant?
Present.
And Mayor Green?
Here. Would you all please join me in the optional pledge of allegiance or moment of silence?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That smells so much better when we have guests in the room. Thank you all for coming. All right, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Seconded.
All in favor? Let's move on to public comments. These will be public comments for items not on the agenda. We have 3 public hearings tonight, and all of them will have public comments embedded in them, so this is not your time. But for items not on the agenda, ooh, I saw you put your name up there.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to come up and tell us?
Luke Finken, 408 West 7th Street, Leadville, Colorado. Thank you so much. I was so excited to read about talking about parking on Harrison Avenue. It was a really good article, I thought, in the newspaper. I'm looking forward to more information that's coming. I had a thought on this. Would you consider that a formula business? Because by the definition in the code book, we're talking about any retail business that does goods, services, kiosks, mobile apps. Now, granted, this is more infrastructure management, but when we're talking about this formulaic business, the city council just 4 years ago, almost to the date, March 15th, 2022, banned formulaic businesses on Harrison Avenue. So my question to you is, as you move forward with this, if you're moving forward with it, is to consider these things. I didn't see a definition for what a retail business actually is. And so I would just ask you to consider these things, because you did ban them on the idea of adverse social and economic impact of Leadville's community character. Formula businesses detract from the city's overall historic experience and threaten its tourist economy. This is 17-36-010 purpose. And the definition for the formula business is 1708-030. If city council would like to move forward with parking meters, I believe that there are a whole bunch of historic parking meters in the basement, which would not fall under the 7 or more establishments that this formulaic business has, because according to the newspaper, they have 12 alone in the state, and then they have 7 total: Denver, Indy, Milwaukee, St. Paul, Duluth, Fargo, and Minneapolis. So there's technically, that's 7, if you don't count the 12, or if you count Denver as 1 and then the other ones inside of Denver. Downstairs, the ones that are still sitting there, obviously, you put the quarter in, you put the nickel in, you don't have the money, you don't have to do it. It looks really cool if that's something you're into, to make it a little bit more historic and kitschy. Something to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Luke, I will send you some information. Bye. Okay. Come on up, Steve.
All right, first, I'm really happy that I think it was in September, I notified the fire department that the bathroom at Zeitz Park was flushing on and on and on. And I thought maybe if there was an electrical component in that could have started a fire, so that's what I notified them. And after September to fairly recently, it's been straightened out. So it was hard. It had to be not fixed for that many months. But I'm very happy that we now have 2 bathrooms there in Zeitz Park. What was the name of the person who became went from city council to become the county clerk?
Tracy Luritzen.
So I complained several times when Tracy Lawrenson was on city council and then had a seat on the obtain that elected position. And so she had 2 elected positions, and I complained about that quite a bit at city council. And the blowback for that was for her to get revenge by trying to make it complicated for me to sign up for the ballot without explaining all the reasons, or the main reason. She wanted me to, I guess I will explain. She wouldn't let me get new signatures, which was a standard practice. And I guess she wanted me to argue with the person that was handling that here, and then I did it. It just, But the same thing happens. We had a very strong indication of this when we had that last work section. Joey Edwards wasn't sitting over here with the county P&Z. Why not? There's a conflict of interest of him being on this position and being on the county P&Z. Okay. Tracy Lawrenson did the same thing when her seat expired. She got put on the city P&Z. And I objected to that. So we have to start acting more ethically. I mean, if we can't keep a bathroom running for 5 months, this conflict of interest thing really needs to be taken care of and not fixed. And a plumber won't be able to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment for items not on the agenda? Seeing none. Is there anyone online?
Oh,
who-
there was.
Oh, is there somebody being?
Just question on why it took so long? Parts. It took that long to get the parts in to fix that back.
Thank you, Cindy. Is there anyone online who would like to give public comment on items not on the agenda? All right, then. Let's move on. Let's move on to the consent agenda. We have approval of our minutes. We have a resolution approving an encroachment on a license agreement on the East 7th right away, and a resolution on approving the 4th amendment to the deed of conservation easement for the Tabor Opera House.
Brant would like to pull out of the consent agenda, the encroachment one, and my computer died, sorry that I can't.
No, that's why I have this up. So I will move that down to, it will become the new action item A. All right. And y'all will just have to hop back and forth in your packet. With the amended consent agenda, with the removal of resolution number 10.
Edwards moves to approve the amended consent agenda.
Grant seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's move on to the city administrator's report.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's been a busy time for meetings. So last week, there was on Monday night, a meeting of the One Community Project Economic Development Team. And this is great. I think they had a fantastic turnout of businesses. The primary purpose of that meeting was to gather input on the current values and draft of the economic portion values of the strategic plan. And so there were lots of businesses in attendance. I think the only thing I'll flag is that, you know, the document is still in draft form and there's still opportunity for the businesses to give input. I think there was a lot of input from current businesses, existing businesses, to make sure that we are supporting them along the lines of providing venues for new economic opportunities in Leadville. And I think one of the other burning issues has been, you know, our identity as a mining community and the path forward on that. And the consensus is, you know, there's Climax and there are other, you know, mining operations or potential mining operations. And, you know, the values really emphasize that we want to protect our heritage, we want to protect our environment, and we want to acknowledge that mining is an important part of our community. So I thought it was a very productive meeting, and I was glad that there's still turnout and interest in these nighttime meetings. There was also a meeting organized to talk about potential thoughts on upcoming tax districts or potential taxes. And this was a roundtable held on February 26th, and I believe all the taxing districts were present to talk about, you know, their current mills, where they currently are. I think, you know, the county in particular presented from their Department of Health Services and Public Health talked about the gap that they have in funding now due to a lot of funding cuts. So I think there was a pretty healthy discussion. You know, there's been in the past discussion about creation of certain taxing districts. And if you are aware, we have multiple taxing districts already. Probably the most well-known are our hospital taxing district, our school taxing district. So there's the physical geographical perimeter of that district, and then that district is taxed at a certain agreed upon amount, but, you know, passed by the voters, and then that money goes towards whatever that particular purpose is, whether it's the hospital, the school, sanitation. So there's discussion. There was, you know, an inquiry about obviously in the past there's been discussion on fire protection district. Right, so many communities have a fire protection district, and Chief Daley addressed that issue in general, saying, you know, the appetite for a taxing district on property taxes for fire protection is, the appetite probably isn't quite there yet. In the past, there had been a proposal for a taxing district which failed, and then the discussion of a recreation district. Duncan, who is the Park and Rec Director for the county, presented on the really the gap that they're seeing in funding to maintain existing recreation programs at the county. And so again, a recreation district potential to address that gap in funding or other funding needs for recreation in general. And the last one that I'll hit on, there were a lot more discussions in this meeting, was just the idea of Lake County Build a Generation addressing childcare and their efforts to dig into how do we address funding for childcare and what potential is there for that. And they would, you know, in part, this meeting, I think, was to address and work with all the partners so that we make sure if there is some type of revenue stream that's going to be created, that everybody's in the loop and understands the need for it. And if it's part of a bigger vehicle, it's part of the larger sales tax initiative. So to get those discussions going, Councilmember Edwards was in attendance, and I think if there's anything I missed, please feel free to add it in your council report. Other exciting meetings, our museum program. The city's museum program is off and running. I sent you all an email. Audrey Lewis is our museum coordinator, and she is really passionate about the Tabor Home and the House with the Eye. As you may recall, those were not as open and available to the public last summer as we would have liked, just because we're trying to stand up a program. And so she organized a meeting, and if you didn't know, the city's the eye and the Tabor Home. The Tabor Opera House, we are also the owner of it, but that is managed by Sarah Edwards and fundraised by the Tabor Opera House Foundation. But so Audrey convened a meeting of all the museums, which I think is fantastic, to get everybody talking about the passport program. So that's our little printed program that former Mayor Greg Lobby used to do. It's great. It drives tourism to all of the museums. So it's a very simple printed program with information about each museum. So if you go to all the museums and you get it stamped or initialed, you go to the visitor center and you can get a gift prize poster. So the passport program has been very successful, and Greg Lobby, I want to credit him for organizing that, continuing that program. We talked about updates, and we decided that a printed passport is actually a good thing, does drive tourism. But also Stuart Francone from the Historic Preservation Commission was there, and he was talking about the Historic Walking Tour app that is also a great asset. And so the idea being to combine some of the information and create a separate museum tour on the Historic Walking Tour app, where you can also do the same thing, go to all the museums and digitally check in and get the gift at the visitor center. So that's fantastic. As you saw, the Tabor Home will be open for ski touring this weekend. We're going to try that and see how that goes, and kind of see what visitor visitation looks like. As you can see on the flyer that I sent you all, it's going to be $5 admission. And we're working on ways to, obviously we accept cash. We're working on ways to digitally accept that money. And then our next coordinated meeting date for all the museums, so it seemed like there was good excitement about that, is March 30th. And so at that previous meeting and future meeting, we had the Tabor Opera House, the Heritage Museum, National Mining Museum, the Matchless Mine, Temple Israel, Leadville, Main Street, the Herald Democrat, and the Visitor Center. So I think that's great to be able to coordinate that. Just one thing, Parking Task Force. Thank you all, Parking Task Force, for working on the issue of parking. This obviously is something near and dear to a lot of people's hearts in every town. And as I mentioned, the city manager from Breckenridge had just offhand mentioned at a prior meeting that I was at that they had experience with interstate parking. So I just took a few minutes of her time to talk to her about their experience. And she's willing to come to the next meeting of the Parking Task Force just to share some of Breckenridge's experiences with paid parking, parking in general, interstate parking in particular, and some of their lessons learned. The parking issue did come up in that one community project economic development meeting last Monday night. There were business owners there who did express concern again about the paid parking. One thing that came out of that meeting was just a recommendation that the city look at lower hanging fruit, such as improving existing signage for our parking lots and maybe doing some paving and striping at our existing parking lots first to see if that helps the issue. So that was just a recommendation that came out of that. And then just wanted to thank the task force for putting some information about that, about their work in the newsletter. So the Colorado Municipal League, which is the main organization for all municipal and local municipal governments in Colorado, had held their legislative session on February 19th. And they do a fantastic job of summarizing the legislation that may affect municipalities, things we should care about and keep an eye on. They are also a lobbying arm for the municipalities. So I just wanted to flag a few things. It was a full day conference. I'm going to try and summarize the relevant points pretty quickly. The state budget was a hot topic of conversation. So the state last year had a $1.2 billion deficit. This year it would be 800 million. So the state is in a position of essentially not having revenues expand as quickly as expenses, due in part to Tabor. There's a few other things that they talked about, the reasons for that, why we're in this position. But mainly it's that there were some one-time programs started by Governor Polis that had, or programs, long-standing programs such as K2 education that didn't have long-term funding streams. They were one-time funding streams. And in addition to that, you know, there's the increased expenses for healthcare, you know, and the state needs to absorb those. And so the bottom line is, if the state is not willing to cut services, such as Medicaid and et cetera, they're going to cut back on their expenses, which means that the city could see less of the money that we receive from the state. So some of the money we receive from the state, the bigger pots of money, have been the highway user tax fund. So last year they cut $64 million from the highway user tax fund. And it is anticipated they will cut another 50 million this year. So we will see less highway user tax fund funds. So that is a specific fund. We get that money and it needs to go towards our streets. So if you recall, last year when we were doing the budget, we had $185,000 and we said, okay, we're going to put all that towards streets. That's in part that money. So expect that we will see less money from the state for our paving projects, is what we have traditionally used it for. The other areas that we see is the severance tax was so extraction. So two ways we see that is the severance tax. We talked about that a lot last year. You know, one year we got $230,000, one year we got $80,000. It's all over the place. But I would expect to see less in severance tax for us. We could also see them touch, as they did last time around, the cigarette tax and the marijuana taxes. We saw less percentages of those taxes. So the bottom line is we are not riding the federal tax roller coaster or federal funding roller coaster that the county is, but we may be seeing less money from the state. So a couple of things, legislation I wanted to flag. So there is one piece of legislation that may affect the animal shelter, HB 261183. I'm not sure the impetus for this, but there is one recommendation in this piece of legislation that would allow the commissioner of PACFA. And if Caitlin was here, she could remind me what that acronym stands for. That's, you know, why I hate acronyms. No one can never remember what they stand for. It has something to do with pets and animals. But it is going to allow the commissioner to extend the stray hold time up to 10 days. Why is that we have a lot of money that goes out of the shelter when we are obligated to have a stray hold. So if the stray hold is 3 days, we have to hold the animal for 3 days. If it's up to 10 days, then we're going to have to hold the animal for 10 days before it can be adopted out. So 10-day wait before you can adopt it out. So I talked to Caitlin Cusco, the animal shelter manager, about this. She's like, look, you know, the rate after day 3 of an owner picking up an animal drops precipitously. So Colorado Municipal League opposes this. They are going to try and get this one recommendation out of this piece of legislation removed. But if we have to have a 10-day stray hold, our expenses for the animal shelter will go up and we won't have any control over that. We'll have to hold animals for 10 days before we can put them up.
But they could still be picked up by their owner.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, so we would have to hold them 10 days instead of just 3 for the owner to pick them up. What our experience has been is after 3 days, the likelihood of an owner coming to pick them up drops off precipitously.
Okay, thank you. Which means they
And-
can't be put up for adoption for another.
The other chaotic part is that administrator could change their mind and just change the number of days. Yeah, well,
Okay, let's see, some of there are some potential changes which would be good for us regarding the Colorado Open Records Act, which would give us more time to respond to requests. Right now, we have 3 days. There are many proposed changes, would change our response time from 3 days to 5 working days, and would change the extension of time that we could get from 7 additional days to 10 additional days. That is a huge thing for us. Document requests can be in the thousands and thousands of pages. And so for us to have more than 3 days to try and compile the information, and even up to 10 days, if we get an extension, is not a ton of time. I think we have had experiences before where someone says, I want all the emails related to X department. You can imagine that is, that's a lot of staff time. So those would be welcomed. We're going to keep an eye, and there's some more legislation that could affect municipalities, but some of it is probably not likely to go anywhere. So I probably won't bring your attention to it right now. A couple other things I wanted to flag. There is a pool task force meeting this coming Thursday. So as you recall, this is the county, the school district, and PB Swims, along with the city, with Laura Barrett facilitating to talk about, we each have a part in, the pursuit of an aquatic center. So the county, of course, runs recreation. The city has some sales tax. The school district has a building that PB Swims would like to use. And so we're all trying to get on the same page as far as vision. I think we've agreed so far that we would love to see an aquatic center return to our community. The how of that is sort of the longer question. Would like to flag for you that PB Swims has indicated that they will be pursuing congressionally directed spending. So that is, of course, earmark money from our congressional delegate, and that they might be asking the city council for a letter of support. I do believe that I have not seen their application for congressionally directed spending. I would assume that it is a renovation of the LCIS, Lake County Intermediate School pool facility. And I would just ask the council, and my opinion would be, without a commitment from the property owner that they would be allowed to utilize that building, I think a letter of support would be premature. So to be determined. I think it would be very difficult to have a strong application unless the property owner was agreeable to that renovation. So long update last, let's see if there's anything else. Oh, last thing, I did have a note from our last meeting about budget cuts, right? So we heard former Mayor Greg Levy talking about, sales being down. Some businesses are not. There's some businesses are doing okay. I wanted to let you know we got the final sales tax numbers in from December of 2025. So you've seen that last week from Ms. Hewlett. So this is the conclusion of 2025. Our sales tax for that month was 28% above last year and was $91,245 over the prior year. So that, I think, if my math is right, we will probably finish 2025 with, so we budgeted flat. Remember, we budgeted no sales tax increase for 2025. So we'll probably finish 2025, $550,000 to $600,000 on revenue exceeding what we expected or projected. And then with that, I will conclude the city administrator's report and take questions, and then I'll do the community center update after that.
no questions for the city administrator.
I have sort of a question / request regarding parking, the parking discussion. I feel like the last presentation didn't really have much context around the parking task force and what they're finding, what the challenges are, what are the kind of stress points that we are trying to solve. So I, feel like to someone who's not on the task force, which I am not, but especially members of the community, it might have felt like, whoa, the city is like going towards a parking meter program. Because there wasn't context presented about like, this is just an option we're like entertaining, but we, you know what I mean? Like, we haven't decided to go that direction.
Yeah,
So,
I wrote down the same thing.
okay,
I would love to see an overview of, okay, why are we talking about parking? What are the challenges? Like, if that would be possible, just kind of something that lays the context. So we all know this is the challenge. Like these are challenges that need to be addressed in terms of parking, you know, like, and these are the things that are working, these are the things that aren't. Like, that would be cool. Same
yeah, and
idea.
I think, yeah, same idea. Like, I think it would help me as a council member place the presentation I'm giving, but also members of the community could see like,
See the context.
here's the context, and then here are like many paths forward.
Right.
I take full responsibility for not introducing that with appropriate context.
That would have been, yeah, that would have been a really nice.
I will, and I'm happy to, and we've had some updates before, but why don't we start with like the big list of everything that the parking task force has identified, and then go down from there to the two things that we're probably gonna hone in on.
And maybe what we do is this just an idea for the parking task force to consider, but maybe take that report. So this stems from, we received a grant before I got here, a grant. And so a consultant did an analysis of a lot of things parking related to the downtown corridor. So maybe the parking task force can take that report and hit on a few things that they've said, okay, here are the things that we're not considering or working on at this time. We're gonna, here are the things that are in the mix, and kind of walk through the report and say, here are the things the report identified, these are the things we thought we could tackle, and here are the potential options.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Done.
And the other thing I wanted to find out is we're going to have hopefully a discussion about task forces at the end of the evening as well. But one of the things I think we didn't do is check in with this existing council to see if any of the new council members want to be a part of the prior task forces. So the bylaws task force or the parking task force. And we also, I think going forward, we'll need to identify how much staff time each of these will take, and kind of generally what staff's expectations are for, helping manage the meetings or post them or anything like this, taking feedback or anything like that. So we can address that maybe in a future meeting.
Other questions?
Quick update on 809 Spruce, our boiler, I know was replaced.
Yes.
No further problems there.
Oh, no.
We're still sitting at 2 occupants.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions for the city administrator?
I think I already know the answer is no, but can you explain the good news about tax revenue? What sectors of our community are experiencing the tax growth?
So if I can, maybe in our one-on-one, we can walk through the sales tax reporting that the county sends us,
I
and
know
it's
it's
broken
a
out by
bunch of different
industry.
categories, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, so what we get, and we sort of touched on this previously, is, a request, partnering with the chamber, and I've reached out to Norm Ryder about maybe doing this, is that if it says, retail, we don't know if it's what area, if we don't know if it's the Harrison corridor or if it's some other type of retail. Right, so we've had additional retail added within our community that may not be the shops and retail on it. And
The worker tax, yeah.
well, that is broken out. The Wayfair tax does, so the online tax is broken out. But I guess that's the issue, is that what we are missing is that real-time information saying if restaurants in Harrison are doing great, restaurants that are not on Harrison are struggling, or vice versa. We would like to have that, but because we wouldn't know.
Right, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Last calling questions? All right, let's move on to the community center.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and share my screen. Hopefully this works. Okay, great. So I'm gonna start always at the beginning. The city received a Department of Local Affairs grant to do the planning and design for the Leadville Community Center. As you all recall, you selected Anderson Mason Dale, AMD, and Headframe Design to do the planning and design for the community center. So they have been at work. We've had, we meet every Friday to talk about their progress and plans. And so things are moving pretty quickly. So this is an update. Councilmember Tharp has already seen this. This is an update that they presented to the indoor recreation group this last week. So as you know, Headframe Design is a local architect as well. And so Anderson Mason Dale and Headframe Design, oh no. Okay, well, I might have to recalculate this. Yeah, you know, the problem is, I think that I timed out. So, I just keep having to put a password in, so give me half a second. So, to keep I'm gonna try and multitask
Want me
here.
to speak to a highlight from the recent conversation?
Yeah,
So the design team engaged with Lake County Build a Generations Youth Coalition, and they held a session where they kind of ran some ideas and got some heard some input and feedback from that youth coalition, and they said 30 high school age county residents, high school students participated, which was really cool. And for me, a lot of the feedback that they got unprompted from that group did feel quite aligned with the things we have been talking about. So I feel like we're on the right track, and as far as kind of checking that thinking. And two of my favorite quotes were, "The vibes must not be dreary, and it should not feel like a dungeon like 6th Street Gym." No shade on the 6th Street Gym. I love the 6th Street Gym. I go there twice a week. But yeah, so just picking up on those vibes. And then 3 or 4 of that coalition members from my youth coalition were with us in this indoor rec meeting when AMD presented this. And so it was really cool because we could check like, hey, here's what we heard and what were the synthesis of that information. Does that feel true? And in general, they're like, yeah, that tracks with what we perceived. And I thought this project has already had a lot of great community conversation and public outreach, and I thought that was just another really good step.
okay, so there you go. Well, you hit the youth feedback session and recap and takeaways. The one exciting thing is that there were a lot of students that showed up. We had a full classroom. And they were pretty chatty. I thought they were pretty engaged. And so, the nice thing about it is that I think the biggest takeaway for us is the planning and design team heard the same thing that we've been hearing, and Greg Lobby will tell you we've heard for 10 years, which is there's an absolute need for indoor space, and that the existing space, for whatever reasons, don't work or don't fit the need, and that really the need is not structured space, not programmed space. It's unstructured space where youth can go and feel as though they can be themselves, whether it's, there were lots of different ideas about art, athletics. But one of the things that we started with is the planning and design team said, what did you do last weekend and where did you go? And can you guess what they did? They left town. They went to Summit. They went to the movies, they went to a rec center, they went to birthday parties. And so the idea is to have those services within our community, and they had some fantastic ideas. And so, let's see, let's see if council members Barb have all these. I think this is maybe not completely updated since
We made some edits in that meeting.
we made some edits. But the ideas being generally these is that there is a need for a central community hub that understands our mountain, I guess, not just culture, but limitations in that, you know, sometimes not everybody wants to be outside all the time, and that the climate here isn't conducive to that sometimes, and that the space should be pretty flexible, that there's lots of ideas of whether it's futsal, basketball, pickleball, you know, maker space, hangout space, and that it really does. You've had lots of ideas of running it themselves, having them, you know, them being able to work at it themselves and running concessions themselves. So pretty exciting that they really would like to be involved in it, and not just use it, but engage in it. So these are some photos. We had approximately 30 kids. And yeah, it was a great mix. They were a little quiet in the beginning, but like we said at the end, this top photo is them putting stickers on different ideas of uses of the space. And I don't know if we had, yeah, so this talks about some of the primary takeaways, is there is a need. The teams definitely understood expectations that really expensive items may not be a possibility. So, you know, like indoor archery range or those types of things may not be cost prohibitive. They honestly answered, if we put an arcade in there, would you show up and use it? And they said, yeah. So they said, yes, right, Governor Tharp said it can't be bleak, a dungeon. I think one of the other facilities in town, we asked them why they didn't use it, because it feels like a dungeon. So light is important for our architects to hear that. Windows, light is important, color, murals, things like that. And that they have some autonomy there, that they understand there needs to be supervision, but the idea for them to be able to be themselves without being told what to do or having, you know, someone's structured activity is really important to them. And they understand that it's, you know, multi-generational, you know, everything from their brothers and sisters to maybe other members of their family to their parents. Oh, okay, can you see on this? I think this is hilarious. I don't know if you can see the picture. They were allowed to put stickers on each of these. There's one picture at the bottom.
The next slide zooms in on the pictures.
Yeah, let's see.
The next slide.
You see, okay.
Yeah.
Does it? Okay, let's see. Oh, there you go. So here's their feedback. What we took is the feedback. You look at the bottom row, the second one on the right, that they really do not want old people on computers. Look at that. I got all notes. Maybe someone got sick of helping us with our passwords. Not really sure why. But they really, you know, some of these were really great. Like futsal was great. Also, the fire department will be very disappointed to hear they did not really favor rolling big tires around either. So there you go. But it was great. So great feedback. Thanks for letting me know what they get. So these are some of the things that they went out of the county for. And this is where they right now are using as indoor space. And, you know, we've heard before definitely that they've used their vehicles as indoor gathering space. So these are some of the reasons that, that other facilities in town maybe are not as much utilized. And so guidance on what would be more helpful for this space. And so this is just an outline of the floor plan itself at the bottom, and these are some of the things, the ideas that some of the kids have So this is just sort of an outline of capturing some of the ideas. Concessions, obviously, so they did like the idea of having the prep kitchen. Maybe it doesn't need to be a full cooking kitchen with a hood and a grease trap and all that, but some kind of prep kitchen where they could do concessions and maybe raise money for local, their clubs and things like that. So bigger discussions that we'll need to get to is the gym space. So right now it has a basketball floor that potentially could be refurbished, but the real question is that multi-purpose enough? And I think what we'll have to make are some hard decisions about the flooring. Because I really do think that what I've learned in this is switching the flooring is not an easy thing. So we may need to make a decision on the flooring that may limit some of the activities that are in there. We won't be able to capture everything, but the flooring could capture a lot. But the idea of movie night, using it for dances, prom, birthdays, that type of thing. Okay.
Did kids actually see the space or just the image of it?
They've seen the images.
They've
Yeah.
seen the images.
Some have probably walked the space and some maybe haven't.
So this is some of the ideas, their entrepreneur ideas for concessions. This is a picture of the prep kitchen at the bottom there. They kind of like the idea of an incubator. I don't know that they use that word, but that, sort of the idea. This is the upstairs now. This is the 3 classrooms upstairs. And the architects have confirmed that those walls dividing the 3 classrooms are not structural, so those can be removed and made into one big space. So ideas of maker space, honestly, what they said? Sometimes they just wanted space to be quiet. Just to, whether it's to chill out or read, but they said, maybe even places that had soundproofing, so you could just go and actually be quiet. And so the existing building, I wanted to touch on this. So that was the youth input. The second part of the main thing that the planning and design team did is that same day they had a team come up and evaluate the building. So structural engineers, mechanical engineer, electrical, and plumbing. So as you can see, these are the existing photos. I think we're going to get more information and feedback about it, but there are some things they needed to probe. The good news is that the roof is not in as bad a shape as we thought. The existing building has really good bones, but as we all know, the electrical is still connected to the mining museum, so that will have to be disconnected. So we're expecting a more full report. There were a couple of things they needed to come back and check out, but we'll get an analysis as to the structural integrity of the entire building. Yeah, so these are just some small takeaways that they're still working on. And so the design team is going to be talking about establishing criteria for cutting windows and skylights. That's kind of the BD for this building is the more windows that we put in, it changes the structural integrity of the building. It also, those walls have asbestos in them, so the cost goes up. So you heard light is a good thing, but light is going to be more expensive. That's just one of the takeaways. So this is we already knew this, but they've confirmed that the mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems are at the end of their life. Not surprising. The building was built in the 1960s, and so replacing that infrastructure may be a cheaper way to go. But more information to come on that. Restroom upgrades. Obviously, things need to be accessible. So one of the biggest things we'll have to struggle with is the ADA accessibility of the upstairs. So right now, the upstairs is only accessible, ADA accessible from the outside. There's a flight of stairs. And so really, we've spent a lot of time talking about the integrity of the programming in the building. Is if someone has to go outside to get upstairs, is that really, creating fluidity between downstairs and upstairs? Really, the main way to do that is an elevator. And an elevator is expensive, but maybe the route that is the best way to utilize upstairs and downstairs. So again, to be determined. I think I'm not going to go into this level of detail on some of the other, I think there's some other, this slide presentation is about 30 slides. And so I think those are the highlights that I wanted to hit. And so my idea is that I will continue to do these presentations. They might not be this long in the future. They may be a shorter verbal presentation because a lot happened last week. But give you verbal presentations. The design team is going to do some final presentations, but in our RFP, we didn't have them presenting once a month or anything like that. So I can be the presenter. Lauren Barrett, it would be your presenter, but she teaches on Tuesday nights. So I'll be your point person for these presentations. So just lots of exciting stuff happening. And at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the city administrator?
I do have a question. Will our consultants be able to provide council like a 5-year and 10-year cost analysis of this project? And then what potential revenues might be from it's obviously a multi-million-dollar project, but will they be able to give us a 5 and 10-year projection?
Yes.
And then at that point, would we look at mechanisms to actually be able to pay for something like this?
Yes. So yes, your planning and design team includes Ballard King. So we had a meeting with Ballard King last Friday to talk about their knowledge and understanding. Now they're getting into the building, getting a knowledge and understanding of what's there. So we'll have some choices to make because there may be some high revenue things you can put in the building that are great for cost recovery, but may not be as good for our youth. Our youth aren't going to have a ton of money to create cost recovery.
And that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
So Ballard King's whole purpose in this project is to help us with that analysis. And so you can say, look, if we want 70% cost recovery, you may be looking at membership fees, a certain amount of membership fees. You may be looking at these types of activities as opposed to these types of activities because these aren't revenue generators, but this is a revenue generator. And so what they're looking at right now is the shell of the building. What can you put in it and doing an analysis of that? And, I think that's the whole purpose of having them. So there's the capital and then there's the operational. Ballard King's working more on the operational, and the design team is working hand in hand with them because they'll need to say, okay, we can actually put that in the building or not. And so then, yes, of course, then we have to figure out, what is the operational model? And, I think the questions that came out of that tax district meeting are really good ones as far as, what does a dedicated revenue stream look like for recreation in our community?
So it might be a sales tax ask for.
Well, and it could be a broader sales, it could be a broader ask in general for recreation, period, because I think that the county would appreciate, rising all boats.
That this particular consultant group will be able to give us a pretty good estimate of what the overall project cost would be over 5 and 10 and even 20 years.
Sure, depending on what you put in the building, right?
Of course. All right, thank you.
Are there other questions?
Laurie, I'm curious about the two structures immediately to the east of the community center, which were part of that purchase. And I believe I understand that an engineer has said that those buildings are not habitable. So is the current contractor architect looking at that space to be park space or in addition to the community center? Just sell that land off?
So that's a great question. That was actually one of the kids' questions about so the planning and design team is just the existing former school structure. That additional land and homes, we have not had an engineer tell us those buildings are uninhabitable. It was the prior property owner. I don't doubt that they're uninhabitable. They're probably tear downs. And so that additional land is not part of the scope of this planning and design team. But we own that land, so it's 18 city blocks, so we own all that, and so future recreation ideas and outdoor recreation that's all up for discussion.
Or it could be carved off and sold to build houses or something.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Just curious, thank you.
All right, other questions regarding the community center? Okay,
Thanks for the update, I appreciate it.
yeah, it was very informative. Thank you. We're going to move on to action items. The first thing we're going to deal with is the resolution that was pulled from the consent agenda. This is resolution number 10, series of 2026. How are we at 10 already? This is a resolution approving an encroachment license agreement with Edward Green and Megan Green for bike rentals in the East 7th Street right-of-way. Mr. LaShawn, I know you weren't planning presenting this.
Say something before we continue about this.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I discussed with our city attorney, one of the applicants is my daughter's teacher. But I discussed with the city attorney that that is not a conflict of interest, but just in spirit of transparency, I've had no communications with the applicants about this matter and certainly can judge it on the merits of the application criteria.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Crystal. I'm going to just put you on the spot briefly. Can you quickly run us through what this involves?
Sure. Mayor and council, for the record, Chapin LaShawn, Director of Community Development. I'm presenting this on behalf of the Streets Department. An encroachment license agreement is a discretionary action by council that allows use of the public right of way. Encroachment license agreements are revocable, and there's not any code criteria for their approval. It's a more simpler version of a right of way vacation, except that it's fully revocable. So the details of this are the applicant proposes a 27-foot by approximately 15-foot encroachment in front of their property at 113 East 7th Street. The Greens own the property and operate a bicycle rental business out of the property. The encroachment would be in the area shown on the screen with the orange cones right in front of the driveway. And there's an exhibit included in your packet that shows a plan view of that encroachment. And it's essentially from the property line out to the edge of the parking spaces. Streets Department manager has conducted an inspection, does not have any concerns regarding continued use of East 7th Street for both a thoroughfare and for the on-street parking. This encroachment would not take up any existing on-street parking spaces. There's a motion including your packet on page 9. I can take any questions.
So, yes,
I was gonna say,
yeah, I bet it's me. I have a question regarding that because do we allow encroachment in any other space in that downtown corridor? I'm not aware that we do, and that's why I'm asking.
I mean, the encroachment license agreement process has been most recently used for the Housing 10,200 project for driveways, retaining walls, and also for the Cooperative and Wayland Union Mobile Home Community, some planters along the street. We haven't used this process recently in the downtown. But again, there's no code criteria. We can speak a little bit more to the background on other authorizations, but the latest from our direction from our city attorney is to use this process, resolution and encroachment license agreement with an exhibit. So that's what we've been doing more recently.
And to answer your question, it has been since in the last few years more formalized process. So some restaurants have encroachment, and I don't know, again, if we followed the same process we follow now. We have followed it in the downtown corridor for scaffolding, for the Tabor Opera House construction, and but I think the most comparable one is the outdoor dining encroachment.
And that would be an encroachment on the sidewalk, not into the street, right?
For the dining, yes, and for the
Scaffolding.
scaffolding, it was
sidewalks
an
and that
alley for the ghost mural project,
Oh, right.
and it was the sidewalk for the front facade.
I just wonder if we're opening ourselves up to that, because this, while I understand that it doesn't take up a parking space, there's still the idea that people are out there, and so are we limiting, like, are people less likely to park where the van is parked, or less likely to park where there's no one parking, because they are taking up that space with business on public streets?
So most cities have an encroachment license process. And, you know, it's quite common for cities to allow temporary or permanent encroachments on right of way for any number of reasons, like a survey finds that, you know, has a property has an encroachment of 2 inches onto city property and it's granted in perpetuity, those types of things. So most cities have a process for allowing encroachment on right of way for this very reason. And it can be for retail, and that, you know, there's, in this case, you know, the process for us is we don't have it in codes. We're bringing each one individually to the city council to decide. I think, you know, you are well within your purview to look at the facts of each one and decide if it is appropriate at some point, and maybe direct staff at some point to come up with some code criteria. But I think it's not uncommon for this to happen, and I don't think we're opening ourselves up to unlimited encroachment. It right now is a case by case basis.
Well, I think my other question is, they own the property and that's their business property. Thinking about our space, the street is public space.
Correct.
And so, and it's bigger than 2 inches because of the way the build, I mean, I understand what you're saying about encroachment for the 2 inches because the walls were built 100 years ago. That makes sense to me. This is a significant amount of space that gets taken up, and especially if it bleeds over from that, what would be the alleyway behind the building.
The
Manhattan, thank you. And that I know is not really an alleyway anymore because there's another building there, but it's still there. So I just would like to challenge us to think about that this is a bigger space than the 2 inches. It's bigger than the scaffolding for the Tabor Opera House in short term. But this is, while it's every year, it's every year. For 6 months.
You're absolutely right. And you're raising the exact same concerns that local governments raised in large part prior to, but during COVID, for outdoor dining. So if you recall, many communities took away parking spaces and allowed outdoor dining, and that was the same debate, which is you are, you know, and so the debate really is exactly that. Like, is this important for our retail? How much, you know, what's the balance between public space and allowing businesses to use it? And, you know, I'll tell you that the outdoor dining thing, I think, to be honest, being in 2 different municipalities through outdoor dining debates, I think, you know, you can successfully navigate it. So it's helpful, not necessarily harmful. But I think it's the same considerations you're thinking about now of, you know, what is this space used for? Is it a good economic benefit for everyone, including the city, to have this? And those are the exact questions you should be asking.
Thank you. I'm so glad. I'm glad. Thank you. I think that there's also to consider that it's a source of advertising. You know, again, they own the space for their business. And that could we be opening ourselves up to other businesses wanting to be out a little bit further, be out a little bit further, be out a little bit further, and continue to take up our public space?
Lori, may I speak to that? I don't know what the process is here.
Well, we'll get to that point, correct?
Well, this isn't a public hearing, so we don't
Well,
typically have.
So yes, the public comment is allowed on an agendized item at the discretion of the mayor.
Okay.
So you, if you would
I
like.
guess
it-
what I would
once
like
questions
is
have
for
answered.
council to complete their questions and exploration, and then, sir, we'll
Well,
go to you.
one last thing, from the drawing alone, it looks like the encroachment would take up or at least involve 6 parking places, or potentially 6 city parking places.
Wait,
Where?
no,
It's just the area between the cones, so it's,
It's like the extension
Well,
of
if
the
you- If you
driveway.
look at the drawing where they've actually drawn out their intended use, you have 2 parking places that it's encroaching in, plus the right of way, which is no longer a right of way, which would be 2 additional parking places. Plus it encroaches off of the sidewalk into the 2 parking places in front of Blue Front. So it actually does touch and go into the space of 6 city parking places, or what would
can we ask
otherwise
staff,
be.
can we ask staff to clarify that? Because I see what you're saying on the drawing, but
Yeah.
is that,
I think it's a limitation of the ellipse used to mark out.
And that's fine, but if that ellipse comes out a foot off of the sidewalk, then the car can no longer park there.
but is the ellipse the definition of the space? No, what is the definition of the space?
Definition of the space is the exhibit that's on the screen that's referenced by both the ordinance and the resolution and the version license agreement. So the dimensions are 14.5 feet wide, which is the approximate dimension of the driveway width, and 27 feet out from the property line, inclusive of the sidewalk within the right of way. So that would be the approximate area of the end of the page of the diagonal park spaces.
So is that actually a driveway entry? So it's not a parking spot that's being lost?
It's a curb cut, yeah, so it's driveway
So
access.
it's not a parking spot. that's
To their property.
It's a driveway to their property. So they're kind of going out into the street from their driveway.
Yes.
And it looks like the sidewalk is gonna be impacted, like will people still be able to walk along the sidewalk in front of their
Yeah,
property?
typically, I mean, on these exhibits for encouragement license agreements, we start from the property line and extend out, but again, they're not allowed to obstruct the thoroughfare, which would include the sidewalk.
And that's written into this?
Yeah, I couldn't point to the exact section,
Yeah.
but yes.
This is an irrevocable encroachment license. Are there conditions under which it is revocable, or is it just open season?
It's at the discretion of the city in terms of its revocability.
So revocation would come by way of code complaint?
That's kind of part of my question, is if we started receiving complaints of, I can't access this parking, would we just pick up after, of course, speaking with them, if nothing was resolved, then we could.
The
seek
streets
the
department
revocation.
can bring that to you for direction, and you could direct staff to draft something to take action.
Thank you. Are there further questions on this resolution?
Just for clarification, so this would mean they would maybe have some bikes set up into the street there, that in front of it. Is that the idea then?
Yes,
That space that
Yes.
would be with parking on either side but that is actually driveway space, would be used for the whole business setup and stuff.
yes.
Other questions before I go to public comment?
I've got one. I'm comfortable with this encroachment license, but it does raise a bigger question for me with encroachment on sidewalks and how those are licensed and enforced.
So as we kind of alluded to earlier, the code is silent on encroachment license agreements. So you have the authority to, under state statute, to enter into license agreements for the right of way. But our code doesn't speak to any kind of like criteria for approval. City Administrator Simonson got into this a little bit about what other jurisdictions do and when that has been tested, mostly recently during COVID. Some cities do have code sections that spell out permitting processes for outdoor display of merchandise. So you might think of like a t-shirt rack, for example, or a rack of skis, a rack of bikes. On Colorado mountain towns, those might be the most common examples. So this is, we don't have that process for those types of outdoor display for that type of outdoor display of merchandise.
So if someone were to make a complaint about access along the sidewalk was difficult because of a bike rack or because of oversized chairs and tables, they would approach
the streets department and the police department can enforce that, can enforce the maintenance of the sidewalk for a thoroughfare.
Very good.
Any other questions?
Thank you for entertaining my question.
Yeah, of course. Actually, it was very informative. Thank you. You said, sir,
Yes.
that you had something to add. Would you mind coming up to the lectern and introducing yourself? The owl just picks it up better there.
My name is Ted Green. My wife and I own the candy store and e-bike club built. I just want to give some context on what we're asking here. So this all began because when I would pull up in the summertime to access our property, that all of our driveway would be blocked. The people at the Delaware, the Manhattan, and all the other places. So we started putting cones out so that I could access and park in my property so that I could run a bike business in the summertime. That led to just kind of chaos, to be honest with you. We had, when we had big days, the bikes come back, they come back through that driveway area. There is no real process for where they go. So people would kind of leave them on the sidewalk, in the thoroughfare, kind of everywhere. And so what we're trying to do this year with the city is not only formalize the driveway area so that we can keep the cones out there and access the property, but have on our property where those 3 red circles are actual bike racks so that people can get the bikes on our property and put them back on our property. So we do not intend to have any bikes in the thoroughfare this year at all. So this is actually to clean the whole thing out. And I just wanted to give you guys some context on that.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions or are we ready to make a motion?
I think I have another clarifying question, not necessarily about this property, but just say another business wants to have space on the street, they would have to come in and ask, or they get to do that and then until there's a complaint. I got confused in that.
No, they would, so they would have to follow the same process. So right now, on the advice of our city attorney, we're handling these as, one by one instead of like a code that says, if it's nominal, staff can do it. And then like PUPs, if it's nominal, staff does it. If it's big, it comes to you all. We're just bringing them all to you. And so, for example, an entity came to City Hall and said, I want to put a bench. We want to put a bench for a building. And I explained the process, and what I think they heard was blah, 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 paperwork, blah, blah, blah. But we are treating everybody equally. If they want to put something on the sidewalk, we are saying that this is how the process.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, last call on questions. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move to approve resolution number 10, series 2026, a resolution approving an encroachment license agreement with Edward R. Green II and Megan S. Green for bike rentals in the East 7th Street right of way.
Thomas seconds.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hicks,
Yes.
Councilmember Grant,
She said grant. Oh, yes. No.
Councilmember Dolan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Evans,
Yes.
and Mayor Green.
Yes. Thank you very much. That was really actually quite enlightening. I appreciated the conversation. We're going to move on to our other action items. I know we have a lot of people in the room, and since these are all public hearings, there will be a public comment period for all of them. For people who are here to comment on the Rabbit Ears development proposal, there are 2 different public hearings, just so you know. The first one is a public hearing on the ordinance, which approves the development agreement between the city and the applicant to exchange an increase in density on that site for affordable procedures for housing. So that is separate from the actual conditional use permit public hearing for the actual construction. Is that fair to sum it up that way?
Yeah, you can say the first one is about the density and public benefit, and then the second one, the CUP, is regarding the use of the property.
So there's no reason that somebody can't comment on both, but I just wanted to clear up, like, you may choose that that one is kind of more attuned to whatever you want to say. So with that being said, I'd like to move on to the second reading of ordinance number 1, series of 2026. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Leadville authorizing a development agreement with Rabbit Ears Ltd. pursuant to Chapter 17.94 of the Leadville Municipal Code. City Council adopted this ordinance on first reading on February 3rd, 2026. Hang on, I'm gonna get to the process. Okay, because this is the second and final reading of the ordinance, City Council will follow these steps. First, I'm going to ask city staff to give any presentation or provide any information that they have to City Council about the ordinance. It's just my script. City Council will have, send it to you. City Council will have the chance to ask questions of staff and have discussions with staff during the staff presentation. Next, I will invite the public to provide any comments on the ordinances that they would like City Council to consider. Any member of the public who wishes to speak on the ordinance may speak one at a time, and each person will have a limit of 3 minutes to comment. And then finally, council will discuss and vote on the ordinance. Okay, that's our process for this. So let's move on to staff presentation.
Mayor and council, this ordinance adopted on second reading would authorize the city administrator to enter into a development agreement, which would have a deed restriction agreement attached, which should be recorded with the Lake County Clerk and Recorder. So the exchange for this development agreement would be for 4 units of 100% area median income or AMI deed restricted housing in exchange for an increase in the density on the property to allow for 4 units. That would allow the density to go up to 25 dwelling units per acre. This property is within the R1 zoning district. Zoning district per code has a maximum gross density of 9 dwelling units per acre. If you'll recall, 2 years ago in 2024, City Council passed a development agreement chapter, which allowed the city to receive public benefits such as deed restricted affordable housing in exchange for making code waivers, which include things like setbacks, height, and density. So the applicant is requesting a density increase with this application. This is the second development agreement application that's been received by the city since that ordinance was passed. The first was, as you may recall, Feldcrest. That was at 220 East 11th Street. That was approved in 2025. That was a similar application in that it proposed 4 units of deed restricted affordable housing at 80% area median income in exchange for a density increase to 4 units. So this applicant is proposing 4 units of deed restricted affordable housing. We're also requesting fee waiver, approximately $2,200. And this application is submitted concurrently with the conditional use permit application that's next on your agenda. This application comes straight to the city council. It does not go to the planning and zoning commission like the conditional use permit. Staff is recommending approval of this adoption on second reading. There's a motion on page 37 of your packet. In your packet, I've included both the development agreement and the deed restriction agreement and all of the appropriate exhibits. This will go to the Leadville Lake County Regional Housing Authority on March 18th for formal action. They are the third party to this agreement in addition to the city and Rabbit Ears. I can take any questions, and the Justin Ernst with the applicant group is here if you have any questions for him.
All right, questions for staff? Mr. LaChance, have there been any changes to this second reading of the ordinance from the first time we saw it?
Nothing substantive. There was a change to the signatory to change the signatory from the city of Leadville to the city administrator from the mayor at the direction of the city attorney. And we added the legal description of the exhibits, legal description of the property.
Thank you. No questions? Edith?
I don't know what it is yet. So my question, it's going to 25 dwelling units per acre. There's a lot of things in here that I do not understand, sorry. So 25 dwelling units per acre. What is it currently?
9.
9, thank you.
And to clarify, how many dwelling units total would be on the property?
4.
4. So the dwelling units per acre is a rate of density, right?
Yeah.
It's not saying like there will be 25 units.
Thank you for that.
There will be 4 units on it.
There's a,
4 dwellings are under one roof.
there's a, I didn't get it verbally into the detail, but there's a calculation included in your staff report, but the site area is 0.163 acres. If you still multiply the site area times 25 dwelling units per acre, that gives you 4 units would be allowed.
It took me like 6 months to
Yeah,
understand.
4 units, so 1.
So that building in the picture has
That's it.
4 units.
Okay.
And there's the layout in the,
Yes.
like in the plans, you can see what, yeah, up, down, all that, so.
Okay. Questions in particular about the development agreement or the exchange for density with affordability? Last calling questions.
These are deed restricted and would be, upheld by the housing authority. How will the deed restrictions be, authorized long term?
It'd be, so they would apply in perpetuity, be recorded in perpetuity against the property. And Regional Housing Authority, that's one of the action that they would be taking on March 18th, would be agreeing to administer, essentially enforce the deed restriction. For rental property, include annual verification. If the property were to sell at closing, the property owner would have to adhere to those requirements. And then if that were to become a rental property again, after it changed hands, then that would be ongoing annual verification.
So the deed restriction with local supervision.
Yes. And for context, that is one of the main things that the city has asked of what the Lake County Regional Housing Authority is administration and enforcement of deed restrictions.
Thank you.
So do those deed restrictions require them to continue to be rentals, or could they be sold, or like for purchase housing, or how does that work?
Yeah, the 100% AMI allows for sale occupancy or for rental occupancy. The applicant has expressed their intent to rent them. But if the property was to be sold, it wouldn't be able to be owner occupied unless, they came forward with a condominium plat and took those 4 units and turned them into condominium units. But even in that situation, the owners of each of those condominium units would have to adhere to the 100% AMI for sale. Again, that's not the applicant's intent. The deed restriction covers both of those scenarios.
Thank you. Other good questions? I'd like now to take this to public comment. I would like to invite people who wish to make public comment on this particular development agreement to raise your hand, and I'll call on you. Oh my gracious. Start from this side. Please come up, tell us your name, where you live, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Ian Kellogg. I live at 628 West Root Street. So 2 houses down from the proposed unit. I'm the homeowner there. I would like to voice in support of this project. My brief research has shown that deed restriction tends to stabilize or increase the value of neighboring properties because of the requirements, if enforced, to upkeep that property. And I support the growing of our neighborhood and our community. Having more neighbors with affordable housing for the people that live and work in Leadville is something I support.
Thank you. Now I've forgotten. Yes.
Council, I live with Ian at 628 West 8th, also 2 doors down. And I'm also in full support of this.
What is your name?
Peyton Michener.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would love to welcome more neighbors into our community and into our neighborhood. And yeah, like Ian said, more full-time residents. Be lovely. I really like the idea of having more affordable housing in close proximity.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. You're next. Thank you.
Hi, Betsy Kalmeyer. I live next to them at 626 West 8th. I do not agree with this development or this building. It doesn't blend in with the neighborhood. I think going almost 3 times more in density is not fair to the property owners near there. If you say these are small families and there's 4 units, then having 4 parking spaces is ridiculous, because small families usually have a couple, and they usually have at least 2 cars each. And that part of our road is a curve, and it's more narrow than our block. I have renters a few doors up from me that it's a single family home, but I have 8 cars on the street, 10 cars on the street, 12 cars on the street, and that's just the renters. And then they have guests, and the guests come and they take both sides of the street. So the parking issue, I think, is ridiculous. The speed police officer on West 4th, West 6th, and West 8th of people going to the schools, kids trying to ride bikes to the schools, kids trying to walk to the schools those last few blocks. It's so unsafe because of the speed, the curve. There's nowhere you could put more cars, in my opinion, and make it safe around that curve. So I'd invite you to go by there and look how narrow it is, see the curve, and approving 4 units with just 4 parking spaces is, I think, not very safe at all. If you remember, we have the rail yard that has accessory dwelling units. We have KW on Evergreen that has accessory dwelling units. Now Mr. Saunders is going to build 87 units on County Road 4 and Evergreen. I think, and now, yeah, the county's 10,200. Those aren't even sold, and they're supposed to be for affordable housing, and they haven't even been claimed or sold. So I don't think we need to hurry up and approve stuff just to have more affordable housing. I think it's already been growing. We have a lot of projects that are already going. I think we should back off, and I have a letter, and I don't know if it's been included from another.
Ms. Kalmeyer, you've reached the end of 3 minutes.
Okay.
Your letter was sent out.
I know,
All
but the
council has it.
neighbor's letter, did you get that?
We
And I
have,
don't know if I could read it for you.
No,
Kevin
we have-
May.
Yeah.
Yes,
I received
Okay,
that one, yes.
that's what I just wanted to check. Thank you.
thank you. Moving to the right. Emily Solson.
Thank you, council. My name is Emily Olson, and I live at 604 Dexter Street, which is not on West 8th, but I do live, my property is close enough to have received the notice of Rabbit Ears application. And I want to express my enthusiastic support for this ordinance, both as a full-time neighbor and property owner in the community, and also as the executive director of Cloud City Conservation Center. This project will both benefit our immediate neighborhood and the broader community, as it clearly aligns with our community's long-term housing goals, which does include adding an additional 500 units of housing to our community over the next few years. A vibrant neighborhood is not defined by income level or trendiness. It is defined by connection, access, and belonging. The most resilient neighborhoods provide housing for different needs and life stages. When teachers, service workers, families, elders, and young adults can live in the same area, neighborhoods become more stable, more connected, and are better able to thrive over time. Personally, one of the reasons that I love my neighborhood is the relationships I've built with my neighbors, who are mostly long-term residents who are actively engaged in our community. I welcome the opportunity to have more neighbors who live and invest in our community full-time. Increasing housing options for full-time residents strengthens the social fabric of our neighborhood in ways that vacant homes simply do not. Homes that sit empty most of the year with lights on and alarms set do not contribute to daily life, safety, and the vitality that full-time residents need. The proposed multifamily dwelling is also consistent with the existing character of our area. There are multifamily units on West Sixth Street being put in by the county. There's another one, I think, that is for sale right on the corner there, and then directly across West Eighth. So it does fit. I would argue that it does fit the character of our neighborhood. Many of our neighbors are renters who contribute both to our neighborhood and community. I would also say I understand that parking may be a concern for some of my neighbors. I think that does extend throughout our community right now. Many of the homes we live in were built to be a single family home that have one car for their family, and that just isn't the case today. I would, however, encourage city council and the city to consider adding some stop signs to our neighborhood. I personally live on a three-way intersection without any stop or yield signs. And I think that would assist with some of our challenges. I would also say that Rabbit Ears has a demonstrated track record of building high-quality homes that integrate well into the surrounding context, including projects adjacent to the site and just 2 blocks away on West 8th and James. I think that their work reflects the care, craftsmanship, and respect for neighborhood scale, while also investing in energy efficiency aspects that are often overlooked or lost in affordable housing.
Your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like, and I would just like to remind everybody, the public comment we're dealing with right now is for the development agreement, not the construction. That'll come next. So any other comments in chambers on the development agreement? Seeing none, is there anyone online who would like to give public comment on the development agreement between the city and the applicant?
Easy ad.
I really, you know what? I need new glasses. I can't. Mr. Ducharme, please.
Waving wildly. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Adam Ducharme. I own the property at 231 West 8th Street. And I'd like to provide some context around the housing needs in our community that we're facing in kind of the bigger picture. The most comprehensive housing analysis that we've had conducted in Lake County comes from the 2024 Housing Needs Assessment. That was done by Roots Policy Research, and in there they identified the need for approximately 286 additional rental housing units, and that says nothing about things that are deed restricted. And the fact that this project is deed restricted makes a huge impact on our community because, as we know, things that are built on the open market are open to the whims of the open market, and especially when we consider the amount of second, third, and fourth homeowner purchases that are made in our community, having deed restricted rental units available for essentially primary residence is a huge move from a small community builder looking to build a high efficiency quad. From a policy perspective, this report does recommend that Lake County work towards at least 240 affordable rental units, including 80 units for households earning between 80 and 120% of the AMI. And then when it comes to that shortage of housing overall, there's a shortage of every different kind of housing, and this specific kind of housing actually does have a net positive impact on all of the surrounding areas, because this type of high efficiency quad is considered what we call the missing middle. So anyone that's not familiar with that term, it's basically where you have a unit that's 2,700 square feet in total. So it's in keeping with the character of the actual neighborhood, because each unit is only less than 600 square feet, and yet it provides for opportunities for teachers and folks who work in hospitals, et cetera, to have jobs and an opportunity to be here full time. And also just want to mention that in the comprehensive plan, the One Community project that the city and the county have been working on and will be adopted in the next few months, it is called out specifically that we prioritize infill development and modest increases in density in appropriate locations throughout the city and county. And the city of Leadville was identified as one of the most appropriate areas for this moderate increase in infill development. And, ultimately the question is not whether not whether Lake County needs more housing. All of the housing needs assessments have shown that, but it's whether we're willing to invest in community developers who keep jobs and make incremental changes in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Turn the alarm up.
I know. Sitting here watching it go into negative territory. Is there anyone else online who would like to give comment on the development agreement? Again, specifically different from the coming construction discussion. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to council discussion and a vote.
I'm concerned about the parking.
So that would again be inappropriate for the next one.
I'm wondering, Becky also, Becky Longer wrote a letter that she requested possibly be read.
So
Is
because
that something that should have happened in public
No.
comments?
So because that letter was sent to all of us, public comment is an opportunity for the public to communicate with council.
Got it.
And it's not an opportunity for the public to communicate with the public. So
Yeah.
as long as we all receive it
Everybody was.
and we all can see it, then we don't have to read it all. Okay, development.
I would like to point out that Ms. Longberg and the Lake County Regional Housing Authority did write to express strong support for the Rabbit Ears housing project.
I think next, the next
Oh,
public
next
hearing.
hearing.
This is
Okay.
about the development agreement, exchanging density for affordability.
Gotcha.
It in no way implies approval of the project moving forward.
Gotcha.
That's next, coming up to theater near you.
So I guess, is it appropriate to respond to some of the letters and the questions people had in terms of the issues around in the neighborhood? Is this an appropriate time or not? in this
No,
discussion?
we don't have to, in our next one, our next public hearing, we're gonna discuss the actual
actual approval.
application.
Yeah.
That would be an appropriate place to talk about in council discussion.
Okay.
Okay, because it's not a back and forth, it's not a conversation, it's a discussion between council members, having received information. And then I would, I will just tell all of you that for the coming public hearings, we have specific criteria that we use to make an approval or a denial decision. And our criteria, our decisions have to be based in those criteria and not, personal opinion.
So right now, we're considering the density.
Right now, we're considering the exchange of density for affordability.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, okay, so basically,
So
if your discussions are relevant to the density.
And so I think the next public hearing will
Which is the next
encompass
one,
all
which
of
is
that.
this, which is the.
So for example,
conditional use.
if we pass this ordinance on second reading, if the CUP is approved, the development agreement will apply. If the CUP is denied, then I guess we just have another ordinance floating around, right?
Okay. So any concerns in terms of parking or
Correct.
all that other stuff would come in with the CUP discussion.
And I would suggest the criteria that involves impact, where that would fit. Okay. Density for affordability, questions, discussion.
I strongly support it. I think it's a good exchange, and I think it's one of the tools we can use to promote affordable housing in our community. And it's a great example of the private sector bringing initiative and capital to that, so that it's not a publicly funded project. It's just a partnership that leverages that private builder to do something that will be valuable for our community.
Yeah. I would second that and say that also, as Adam mentioned, with the comprehensive plan and the emphasis on infill within the city, how this is you know, it's a critical component of that in terms of addressing the housing needs, that, you know, we likely will be encountering this elsewhere. And this is just to clarify also, this is a pilot program. So this is that the regional housing, I mean, this exchange sort of thing that's happening, I think is, and is sort of being explored with Radlers, I believe, with the regional housing authority.
This is our first ordinance for this year, but we have one other example where the city has agreed to a development agreement with the Fellcrest development up on the east side by CMU.
Okay.
So it is still very new, but
This will be the first one where the housing authority actually can manage the deed.
yes, thank you.
Yeah,
It's a good.
yeah, so for the housing authority, I think this is the only.
Mayor, staff, I see some wires getting crossed here.
Yeah.
All the attention is just the regional housing authority is piloting a buy down program, using regional housing authority funds to offset some of the cost of development. That's completely separate from this review. And this is the second development agreement, and the regional housing authority is administering the deed restriction for the Fellcrest project. The first.
Okay.
I'll be doing for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Edwards moves to adopt ordinance number 1, series of 2026, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Leadville approving a development agreement with Rabbit Ears Limited pursuant to chapter 17.94 of the Leadville Municipal Code on second reading.
Thomas seconds.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Grant,
Yes.
Councilmember Terry,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cook,
Yes.
Councilmember Dolan,
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards,
Yes.
Mayor Green.
Yes. Thank you. Now, we have 2 remaining public hearings. They are slightly different than what we had with a public hearing for a second reading of the ordinance. So what I'm going to do is go over our remaining public hearings, our procedure that we will walk through those public hearings, and then we're going to hear each one in sequence. So here we go. Good evening. My name is Dana Green, and I am the mayor of the city of Leadville. This evening, we have 2 more public hearings before city council. The first hearing will be to consider a conditional use permit application by Justin Ernst with Rabbit Ears LTD to construct a 4-unit multifamily dwelling use at 640 West 8th. The second public hearing will be to consider a certificate of appropriateness application by Cloud City Land LLC for demolition and new mixed-use building at 506 Harrison Avenue. I'm going to go over our public hearing procedure, which will be followed in each case, and then we will hear each application separately and in sequence. So when each public hearing is opened, I will first attend to some preliminary housekeeping matters. I will then ask for staff to discuss highlights of the staff report, and then council will have the opportunity to ask questions of staff. Next, the applicant may give a brief presentation of their project. Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant. Then a public comment portion of the hearing will be opened and members of the public will be invited to offer comment. Then I will close the public comment portion of the public hearing. Once the public comment portion of the hearing is closed, we do not accept further public comments. The council will then deliberate and render a decision, which could include a continuation of the hearing. These public hearings are quasi-judicial, which means that we have to follow certain procedural requirements to establish a record. For this reason, it is important that when you speak, you identify yourself and state your physical address. If you would like to submit written materials, please understand that the city will have to hold on to these materials for at least 30 days after the city council renders its decision. Are there any questions about this procedure? All righty. Well, I will now open the public hearing for 640 West 8th Street conditional use permit for construction of a 4-unit multifamily dwelling use, applicant Justin Ernst with Rabbit Ears LTD. At this time, I ask the city council members to disclose any ex parte communication or conflict if of interest. I spelled that wrong. With the applicants. Any council? Okay, well, I have one, if there's no one else. Prior to this CUP, I was asked to provide a letter of support for the Rabbit Ears LTD's application to the to CHFA, the Colorado Housing Finance Association, to apply to their construction loan program. I provided this letter of support, which is something that I do routinely in my job. And while I do believe that I can look at these criteria that we will judge this conditional use permit on without bias, I also recognize that it seems like there could be a perceived bias. And so for that reason, I am going to recuse myself from this particular public hearing, and Mayor Pro Tem Tharp is going to take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Call me back when you're done.
Okay. Where are we?
I'll be on before I no.
Okay.
I'll just be. Yeah, we'll just write it.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Any other council members need to disclose a conflict of interest or ex parte communication?
No.
Hearing none, I'll now pass it to staff, please, to present the staff report.
Mayor and council, good evening again. For the record, James LaChance, Director of Community Development. If you'd like to follow along, this staff report is on page 54 of your packet. I wanted to put on the screen just the aerial images to provide some site context. This property is within the R1 zoning district. Within the R1 zoning district, the use of the property for 3 to 4 unit multifamily dwellings is allowed with the conditional use permit. The site is vacant. There are both single family, 2-family dwellings within the immediate site vicinity, as well as institutional buildings, everyone's well aware of the school district and the hospital, as well as the mineral belt. Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on this last week, and the full staff report is available in your packet. There's criteria for approval of a conditional use permit. One of the first things that we discussed at the Planning and Zoning Commission was the dimensional standards. So those are your setbacks, the dwelling size, minimum, your maximum lot coverage, and maximum gross density. Planning and Zoning Commission found that the application complied with all of those, of course, with the exception of the maximum gross density, which was, there was a condition of approval included in this permit, the development agreement be allowed, which just happened. There's also a condition that development agreement and the deed restriction be recorded. And with that, the gross density, with that development agreement, the project would meet the gross density limitations of 1225 dwelling units per acre. The second criteria is regarding compliance with the future land use map and comprehensive plan. As you'll see on the screen, the property, so this is not zoning, this is the future land use map. So this property is within the developed residential area of the future land use map. Also within this area, as you see on the screen in red, other properties that are, or other areas of town that are within that red area, the developed residential area, include Mount Massive townhouses. So that's on the upper area of the screen. Those are 4 buildings with 7-unit multifamily, so 28 units total. Also College Park, which includes that's a mix of single family and 2-family dwellings, as well as Brooklyn Circle, same thing, single family and 2-family dwellings. So the staff finds that those other existing uses do include mid-density uses, which would be consistent with this project in the developed residential area of the future land use map. There is criteria for conditional use permit regarding consistency with neighboring land uses, not having overly intensive land use, and also not being detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare generally. So I'll speak to all 3 of those criteria at the same time. If you'd like, this is kind of the most detailed area of your staff report, so I will try to paraphrase this. But generally speaking, this area is, while it originally was in the 60s, was developed with single family residential, there are vacant lots in the area. It is starting to see a transition away from The existing development being strictly single, family development with the addition of the 6 duplex units, catty corners of the property to the southeast with the housing 10,200 project. This project would have a site density of 25 dwelling units per acre. The duplex project I just mentioned to the southeast would have an average site density of 22 dwelling units per acre, to put that into context. Of course, there's other intense land uses within the immediate vicinity, the institutional facilities, the school and hospital. Generally speaking, the staff finds that multifamily dwelling use within walking distance to schools and major community employers is a good thing. Obviously, with smaller 600 plus square foot units, these units are less likely to house large families, like a 4-bedroom multifamily apartment complex would. However, staff does find that this could serve cost burden households, starter families, small families, employees of the institutions nearby. You've heard public comment regarding the housing needs assessment, so I won't speak fully to that. In your staff report, I do want to highlight that I have referenced the housing needs assessment and the needs stated in that 2024 assessment, and emphasizing that the housing needs assessment states that we need 80 rental units between 80 to 120% AMI within 5 years. To date, we have had 0 deed restricted rental units constructed and occupied since that housing needs assessment came out. This application would propose right at 100% AMI, which is right within that range. In terms of traffic, there's a code requirement regarding off-street parking spaces. 4 spaces are required for a 4-unit building, so 1 space per apartment. The applicant meets that both with the driveway dimensions, with the number of spaces required, and with the parking space dimensions. So Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this application based on the staff report and findings and conditions that are included in the packet. And there is a suggested motion on page 55 pursuant to their recommendation. I can take any questions.
I have one question. How many bedrooms are in each of the units?
1.
Okay. So it is also possible that like one person would live in them. So it's 1 bedroom. Gotcha. Thank you.
And the 4 required parking spaces are all off street, they're on site.
Yes.
Just for a point of clarification, new infill development does not require an off-street parking space, correct?
Single family does not require off-street parking in the off-street parking requirement section.
Thank you.
Accessory dwelling units and everything above, 2-family dwellings above require off-street parking spaces.
That you could build an infill house in the town limits and not be required to have an off-street parking space.
A single family residence, yeah, would be.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? There will be another time for council deliberations as well, but any other questions for the staff report?
Yes, so you said that these are 1 bedroom. Are they like a studio, or is it more like just a small 1 bedroom apartment?
I'll put the plans on the screen. Perhaps this can help answer that question. Okay, on page 75 of your
Thank you.
packet and staff report. But as you can see on the screen here, 1 bedroom units with living rooms. And the applicant, of course, this is their design, so they could speak to the details of the floor plan better than I could during the presentation, or if they want to answer any questions regarding it.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. LaChance? Okay, moving on to the next step then. Justin, we'd invite you to make the applicant's presentation. If you'd step up to the lectern, please. Go ahead.
Hi. Justin Ernst, Rabbit Ears and downstream construction member. I live at 820 James Street. So just up the street from this project on the corner of West 8th and James. We love Leadville. I'd wait in my donuts that I do so as much as anyone in this room. And we identified this as the best way we can use our skills and our abilities to contribute to the community. We're all well aware of the housing needs and the strain that puts on our community. But I personally am a little leery of large scale development and what that can do to the character of a town and some of the pitfalls of the priorities in those developments. So we identified small scale infill and doing our best with our designs to integrate it into the community and really try to minimize the change in the character. Leadville has character, right? A lot of it. That's what a lot of us love about it. And I want to change that as little as possible while also supporting the school, the hospital, the small businesses here that need staff housing. These are very small 1-bedroom units. Honestly, if we're up to me, they would be even smaller, but we have a 600 square foot minimum per unit in this area. This project is aiming to diversify the housing stock that we have in Leadville a little bit. The most profitable new builds are 3-bedroom, 2-bath, cookie cutter, very easily reproducible. This is something a little different that I think maximizes the use of this property without, again, impacting the character of the neighborhood. I've heard a few different comments about parking and traffic. Just a fun little tidbit from the Harbor Joint Center for Housing Studies. Multifamily apartment dwellers actually use vehicles. There's a lot of numbers here. On the weekends, I'll paraphrase, on the weekends, approximately 35% less than single family dwellers. So we have 1 parking spot per unit, and just based on common occupancy trends across America, these will actually see significantly less vehicular traffic than a single family dwelling would of similar proportions. I'm happy to answer any questions you all have.
Thank you. Yeah, any questions for the applicant?
I don't know if this is for you or not, Justin, but I'm curious about how the deed restriction works. I know that you said your intent is to get these units. Given the deed restriction, would it be possible for a second homeowner to rent or for someone that did not live here full time, or is that precluded by the deed restriction?
That's a really good question, and I don't think I can honestly answer that. I will say we are very much trying to build this for locals and for local workforce. I also know there are real estate laws that I have to be careful what I say about housing discrimination. But I have no interest in serving vacationers.
Is that a question we could pass to staff? Do you know?
Criteria for who will receive the.
Okay.
I appreciate the question. That question really is more relevant to the previous public hearing.
Is the,
I can come back to that and read the specific language of the deed restriction if you want during, after the staff's, after the applicant's presentation.
Thank you. We'll come back to that. Good question. Any other questions?
So yes, you intend to remain the owner of these and rent these out. Obviously, we can't hold you to that, but if they were ever to be sold off, it would have to come back before city council and become condos. Is that what you said? Like there would have to be a change to what the property is.
Maybe for something you get.
Well, if we have questions for staff, we'll put a pin on it and we'll come back to that.
Okay,
Thank
sorry,
you.
but
Good question.
you intend to own it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here for the long haul and intend to manage these with my business partner. As long as we can.
Thank you.
I don't know if this is a relevant question, but I'm curious about the energy efficiency. It sounds like you've built pretty energy efficient buildings before, and does that mean like that not only will these apartments be deed restricted, but they'd also maybe have lower utility costs and whatnot?
Yeah, is there a 3-minute limit on this one? Just, really go in the weeds here. I'll try to give the speed version. Yeah, we build things very differently than the average code minimum new construction. We build 12-inch thick wall assemblies, dense packed with cellulose. The cellulose is a much lower carbon intensive product than most spray foam that is used. We get the energy usage so low in our buildings that we're able to use air source heat pumps, which is an all electric heat system that only uses about 1/3 of the energy that resistance electric heaters do. So we're getting our loads, reduced is the first thing in all conservation efforts. We get the heat loads, all the energy consumption down super low, and then we offset that with photovoltaics. So our pretty much everything we've built, with the exception of the famous, every residential project we've built in Lake County has been a net zero or close to a product, which means it is producing all of the energy or close to it that it is consuming, and we pay little to no utility bills, which creates a obvious increase in the upfront investment. But if you can think about ownership as more than that initial investment, if you can think about it as the cost of operating that building for 10, 20, 30 years, it makes a ton of financial sense on top of being what we see as the responsible choice. And it also creates an extra layer of stability for the occupants. The energy rates have been going through the roof lately, and our projects are not really subject to those changes. I get down to 3 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thanks for your presentation and answering those questions. So now we will go ahead. Yeah, you're good. Thank you. Now we'll go ahead and open it up to the public comment portion of this. And so, like the mayor said, we had a public comment portion for the hearing about the development agreement. And so now we have a public comment portion for this CUP. So I'll just start in chambers. I see some folks online have hands up. Great, we'll get to you for sure. And anyone in chambers, would you like to make a public comment on this? So raise your hand. Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead and come on up, say your name and where you live.
I'm Steve Dressash. I am 100% support of this. I was wondering though, the parking is off street, so that would be a driveway. I'm wondering if there could be some way to facilitate an allowance for if there was they had 2 cars in that place or a visitor, that the visitor could park in back of the, you see what I'm talking about?
Mr. President, could you address the council, please?
So the parking is off street. To maximize the parking potential in the driveway and street, could other cars park? That would be related to the people that are occupying the unit. So if that could be a common sense thing that have to be allowed or not. So I'd like to see something like that maybe. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dispatch. Anyone else in chambers, would you like to make comment? Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Tate. I live at 628 West 8. I know I just spoke, but to give some context of the street itself, the only time I've ever seen our street full of cars is on ski joining weekend. We have a surplus of street parking, and a lot of open spaces, and that doesn't feel like a concern to me as a resident in that neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Betsy Kalmeyer, 626 West 8. I just want you to be aware of how much of a curve that is on and how much narrower that road gets. It's transitioning from West 8th to Washington, and Washington is a lot narrower. So I don't think there's any option other than parking on the street for a second car per person, per unit, and any friends or guests or anything else. I don't think there's any other option. And again, by the time it gets to that property, the road has gotten a lot more narrow and it's right on the curve. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? Okay, let's go online. I see Adam Ducharme's hands up. Go ahead, Adam.
I'm just going to continue what I was saying before. No, I think one thing that I wanted to bring up is just that it's been mentioned, but the Department of Transportation does have a lot of really good, fun, snazzy statistics about how when you have smaller units like this, the average car per unit based on the fact that they are smaller. And so a single family home that's something like 2,000 square feet allows for more working adults. So you end up having somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 to 4 cars per single family home, whereas it's 1.3 for smaller units like this. And given the location of this, it's one of the things that I find most attractive about this project is its location to the school, the biking trails, the hospital, and our downtown corridor. And the one other thing I just want to mention is for anyone that hasn't read Escaping the Housing Crisis, it's a pretty seminal book that talks a lot about rural communities that are in sort of desperate need to retain a workforce and retain a sense of community and not sort of lose all of our primary residents to second and third and fourth homeowners. And they talk an awful lot about incentivizing the private industry or private developers that are interested in becoming affordable community developers. And one thing that I find so incredible about this project is that you have a developer and you have an applicant like Downstream Construction that is doing this and doing this for the right reasons and making it in perpetuity with that deed restriction. And for anyone that's familiar with how difficult it is to institute deed restrictions in all of our surrounding communities, it costs on average a community $150,000 to $100,000 to create a deed restriction. And we're doing that for a lot less with a high efficiency home. So I just can't say enough about how in support of this project I am based on the merits of the application.
Thank you. Would anyone else online like to make public comment? Okay, hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public comment portion.
Grant moves to close the public comment portion. 30 seconds.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so now we've moved on to council deliberations. So we had a couple of questions we put a pin in. The first one was, what was that first one?
I think it was regarding occupancy.
Yeah.
So that answer is on starting on page 47 of your packet. I'll put this on the screen. Starting with the definition of qualified household, qualified resident, and then rolling in the top of page 48, which is occupancy restrictions. So that's this is the template that was approved by Regional Housing Authority and by City Council for the Felcrest Development Agreement, and this was provided to us by the City Attorney. The Development Agreement Ordinance speaks to affordable housing, and that so you receive the public benefit through Development Agreement of affordable housing, and it's up to you to decide what that means in terms of housing. This is the template that you've used previously. So what this sentence says, it shall be owned by a qualified resident, which means it's someone who is making 100% AMI or less. Or if it's leased, it'd be this qualified resident who's making 100% AMI or less. What it does not include is an employee housing restriction. So for example, it doesn't, in addition to 100% AMI, which is one affordability component. Remember, deed restrictions can include a variety of terms. The main term in this deed restriction is the 100% AMI, because that's the standard affordability mechanism used throughout the state. But there are additional terms that can be incorporated in deed restrictions, such as employee housing. If you'll recall, when we did the PUD ordinance recently, that half of PUDs were required to be affordable, so using the AMI term, and then half were required to be employee housing, so someone working 30 hours or more starting a business in Lake County.
Thank you for that. And then just to clarify on our process, we cannot modify the deed restriction or the developer agreement at this time, correct? We are in a different hearing about the CUP.
Correct.
So that is for our information only, but we can't make proposals to change that,
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Does that answer, who had that question?
Yes, that's me.
Does that answer?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. And then Shannon, you had a question too, right?
Yes, my question had to do to the applicant was around ownership, and then if it were to sell, could it be split up without us knowing about it?
So
I think is what I
again, it's not code criteria for the conditional use permit application, but to answer the question, that we have an administrative condominium plat process that this council passed 3 years ago. And so that it allows so in other words, if a builder is building a duplex or a multifamily building, they don't have to come to a public hearing when they're in the middle of the construction. They have the surveyor shoot party wall to create that party wall to sell off 2 units, or it's more than 2 units in a condominium building. So we created an administrative process. As long as the overall lot meets the subdivision requirements, which is probably already an existing plat, then they don't have to go through a public hearing process. So we would have an administrative process for a duplex plat, perhaps 2 more attached units, or a condominium. But that doesn't affect the deed restriction. The deed restriction applies whether it's ownership before rental. It applies whether it is an apartment building, or if a future subdivision plat is administratively approved turning into condominiums. It's
Deed restriction stays.
if it's a condominiumized and it's owner occupied, deed restriction still remains. The architect's required would be here to 100% AMI.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, council members, other questions or thoughts?
I just wanted to respond to some of the objections that I thought about,
Go ahead.
I saw in letters and stuff. First of all, in terms of the need, I mean, this has been referenced with the house needs tracker. If you guys wanna see those, the need is demonstrated. It was already referenced, Adam referenced it, and I think Chapin referenced the housing assessment, and the comprehensive plan. And so I think I've heard numerous times confusion around, the fact that maybe things aren't selling right now, or maybe there are rentals available, but I think it's important for people to recognize those are not deed restricted. So just because they're on the market doesn't mean they're affordable. And so the need is not close to met. It's, it's definitely there, and it's important to recognize the difference between those things. The other thing, I mean, parking obviously has been talked about, I think. I mean, the other big thing is my understanding with infill is that this is the way our city is going to grow. That with the One Community project, we have determined, and I'm sort of new to this, so I totally correct me, Chapin, or anybody else if I'm wrong, but basically, I mean, I think for many of our neighborhoods, multifamily dwellings may be coming to a neighborhood near us. So is that correct? And saying that this does not go with the vibe of this neighborhood, feels like that is sort of the vibe of most of the neighborhoods in Leadville are sort of single family or mixed somewhat. So that's the other thing I just wanted to point out, is that infill is the way we're growing.
May I clarify on her comment?
Go ahead.
So inside the city limits and inside the county limits, both, we're down to about 5% remaining developable land. So the vast majority of housing additions that we'll make either in the city or in the county is going to be infill. So that's my point.
And also,
there's no other way to do it.
There's no other way. And cost wise, I think in terms of affordability, that building where we already have services is critical.
It's essential.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? I would like to clarify one thing. So regarding our criteria for approval, it appears that this project, P and Z and city staff found that it complies with all criteria. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then was it that the one criteria that it didn't comply with was density, and that's what we already granted the agreement for?
Yeah, we recommended a condition of approval with this permit that the development agreement be approved and recorded. So it was approved tonight, but it still has to be recorded with the deed restriction.
Okay. So I would be in favor of supporting this because it complies with all the criteria. Our planning and zoning board has recommended the approval. And so I don't see any reason that it should be not approved. Anyone else want to share any thoughts?
I agree. I think it's a great project.
Great, I would entertain a motion.
Okay, I move to approve the conditional use permit application for the Rabbit Ears LTD 4-unit multifamily dwelling PL-2026-001 located at 640 West 8th Street along with the attached findings and conditions.
Second.
All right. Roll call, please, when you're ready.
Councilmember Edwards,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferry,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Councilmember Dolan,
Yes.
Councilmember Grant,
Yes.
Mayor Green, and Mayor Pro Tem Bell.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Very good discussion. Also, thanks to all the members of the public who came and shared your opinions. We really appreciate your perspective on the project. Thank you. Yeah, so before we move into the next hearing, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. And let's remember to remind Mayor Green to come back.
No, what's that?
Make sure you wake me up when you walk back. Unless you can do it.
County buildings here. Both down this over here. We use the post office parking lot. Just like that agency. Okay, so there'd be two. Yeah, yeah, we don't have much of the time constraint. So
I think,
of course, your favorite.
I think the tear down, we all agree on. I think, so that part should be. Are the companies are changing the rules to add 4 units. Next, sometimes to add 4 units. And stretch the rules first.
I just consider. Sounds good. I will present them on all that.
So. I read it.
Oh, great.
What's your? You did hat now. I can offer you orange.
Yes.
I don't know.
I stay until the end.
Sorry to ask that question.
Excuse me, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure whether you had a direct purpose or whether you were just hanging out with us.
I'm here for the next.
Yeah, thank you.
I remember you having a cast on your
I did.
foot, and now there's something on your foot.
I already broke my foot. They don't know how.
This is doing great.
Okay, so your wrist is good.
I was on range yesterday.
Did you have surgery?
I did.
You got a good surgeon? I also had that surgery.
He was great.
Did you have?
So he's fighting.
Is it mine? Did everything go okay?
No questions, sir.
I, you know, I told them, like, he thinks that I should just take them. Next.
You do a good job.
I will.
Dana,
Yes, ma'am.
you had mentioned criteria. And when I went through the calendar, is this the criteria? Is this what? I didn't see anything specifically said.
So if you look through it, there'll be some places where in Zoom, let's say complies. And here's the materials. And I don't know, this is weird because this is through historic preservation. So there's slightly different criteria than say what we used in the last one. HPC is 14 or something. And of course, and there are separate criteria for demolition versus.
Yeah.
So just to make it even more confusing. All right. When are we supposed to get back to it now? All right, everybody, for your patience while I try to get this back going. It is 8:20. Welcome back.
We don't have our deputy city clerk.
Oh, okay, sorry. She's so quiet.
I think she probably was.
Yeah. Oh, I don't, you know. I had to clean it up. Okay, welcome back, everyone. On to our final public hearing for the evening. I will now open the public hearing for 506 Harrison, Certificate of Appropriateness for Demolition and New Mixed-Use Building. Applicant Cloud City Land LLC. At this time, I ask city council members to disclose any ex parte communication or conflict of interest with the applicants. Hearing none. I do want to say this is a slightly different COA than we usually see because it's two pieces packed under one application. So because there are two distinct parts, we are going to step through the public hearing process for the demolition application and vote. And then before closing the public hearing, we'll step through that process again for the construction application. So for those of you who want to give public comment, you'll actually have two opportunities, one for demolition and one for construction. So thank you for going with us down this novel pathway. Let's move on. Staff, will you please report the highlights?
Thank you, Mayor Green, and thank you, City Council members. My name is Alex Willis, Planner 1 of the Community Development and Planning Department. And tonight, I first want to thank Jeff Romer and Orman for hanging on so late this evening for this meeting. So they propose to, one, demolish an existing historic building, and two, add a new three-story mixed-use building on the site. This new building will have a restaurant on the first floor. It is also proposed to have 3 residential units on the second floor and then a short-term rental unit, or potentially even a 4th dwelling unit on the top floor. Moving on to existing site conditions. Right now, we all know the red building, the little red wooden building between City on a Hill and Purple Building where Alpine Ski and Sport is. It used to be the Beehive. It was built in 1879 or 1880. It might be one of our oldest wood structures on Harrison Avenue. Its entire lifetime was a life of mixed use, variety of commercial uses on the main floor and residential uses on the top floor. Throughout its 160 or about history, it has had many additions onto the back, including a 3rd level little lookout space where the Beehive used to operate its radio tower effectively for the tours that went on the east side. The Beehive operated as a building for about 50 years, quite a long time. And so now we are looking at a proposal to demolish and then propose a new design for a new infill. As Mayor Green alluded to, we will first be getting all the criteria for demolition, and I'll turn it back to Mayor Green for the discussion, and then get back to Mayor Green and turn back to me. I'll present the second half of my report.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. One more thing I'd like to note is that the building did have a significant facade change in about the 1930s. This is not the original facade. It used to have more of a standard facade like we see in Alpine Ski and Sport next to it. It used to have 2 of those up front, and the siding has changed. This building has seen a large amount of augmentations and change throughout its lifetime. The applicant has submitted the information I have outlined in my staff report, demonstrating their position that the existing structure should be proposed for demolition. The structure is structurally unsound. The city of Leadville also hired a 3rd-party structural engineer, Purox Engineering, to inspect the structure and provide the attached structural assessment, which states the building is structurally unsound. So we do have 2 structural engineering reports, one from the applicant and then one from the city. We have a provisioning code that allows staff to hire that 3rd-party engineer in this case. Again, what we see on the screen right here is a bit of a sawhorse holding up a beam. This is in the basement. There are 3 levels above this.
Welcome to Leadville.
So at the beginning of this presentation, I'd like to outline some of the criteria needed to prove the need for demolition. First, we have to have permission from the property owner, which we do. Jeff Romer is acting on behalf of Tim Klitsch, who is the property owner, and he has given permission in the form of a letter saying that these 2 have the ability to act on his behalf for this application. And the next criteria outlined in 174470 also states that reasons should be stated as to why demolition is necessary, and even give some economic feasibility statements as to why this demolition is necessary. The applicants did provide that. That is in your staff reports. We have a letter narrative, and then we also have an economic feasibility sort of narrative as well. Those are in your packet. The applicant explicitly states that the over 400 years of neglect have left the building unsafe and too expensive to salvage. Moving on to the evidence, the applicant has made good faith effort to preserve the structure during the site visit. Made good faith effort to preserve the site. When I visited the site with our advisory members, we have 2 advisory members to this Preservation Commission. I did the site visit with the 4 folks with Jeff Romer, and there was exploratory work everywhere. They were cutting little holes in the floors on every level to just explore the structures like underneath. they invited us in their space, this building, and so yes, I would say that, they did improve that criteria. In the letter from the applicant's engineer, he mentions, and I quote, "It is possible, but not, likely not economical or reasonable due to existing condition of the structure and multiple variations of load paths and framing members, and that is to rehabilitate or fix the structure. The structure apparently is too far gone and would be too complicated and far too expensive to fix." If you look at the review criteria for total demolition. You have the applicant's engineer stating that the structural systems are overloaded and will require extensive analysis and repair in order to use. And our own third-party engineer mentions in that quote, "In its current condition, the building is simply not suitable for human occupancy. Based on observation and expected load, the building cannot adequately support applicable load from environmental factors such as wind and snow or live load for regular usage. Overall, a clear load path for vertical loading is not consistently present. As over the years, some elements have deteriorated and others have been removed. The building also lacks load path for lateral loading coming from wind and seismic forces." So what we're looking at on the screen right now is just evidence of water damage in the roof somewhere in the building. The next criteria for total demolition asks whether a structure can be rehabilitated or reused on site to provide any reasonable beneficial use to the property. The applicant's engineer states significant reinforcement or replacement would be needed, and a large retrofit to the existing structural system would be required. Our third-party engineer states that the building condition is not structurally sound in its current state, and its rehabilitation or relocation is not practically feasible. And this is where earlier on the last screen, and I'll bring this back up again so that we can look at it. This facade that exists today is not the original facade, and nor is there any evidence of the original facade behind this one. It was all removed, so there isn't even a period appropriate for a period of significance, i.e. before 1900 to bring it back to. There's nothing here that's actively of the original. And what is left original is unsatisfactory for an application. And then the next criteria asks if the structure cannot be practically moved to another. Asks if the structure can be practically moved to another site in the city of Leadville. This is mostly around houses. You know, if there's a small historical home in the way of a road or development, or someone wants to move a house, like that can happen. This building is more or less relying on the buildings adjacent to hold up. There's no relocating this building and where we go. Finally, the applicant demonstrates that the proposal mitigates to the greatest extent practical the following, and this is just relating to the visual character of the neighborhood, the impact on historical importance of the remaining structures, in this case the adjacent buildings, and any impact to the architectural integrity of the remaining structures or the neighboring buildings near the site. And the applicants in their application did say that they were moving slow and being very methodical on a demolition, and very careful with, you know, sort of a hands-on approach to demolishing and also constructing a proposed new development. And here, I would like to note that the Historic Preservation Commission did make a recommendation with a vote of 4-1 in favor that City Council approved the demolition with the attached findings and conditions of approval, which have since been revised by the city attorney. And with that, I turn it back to you, Margaret.
And there's just that one thing on page 81 of your packet is our council communication form, the CCF, the cover memo. So Alex described the report of the Historic Preservation Commission just regarding the existing building there. That page memo outlines the applicable excerpts from the cultural resource survey. This is, one of the first projects that you're seeing coming before you that we have a cultural resource survey for. Harrison Island was surveyed in 2017. So that, your cover memo basically spells out, the National Park Service, National Register of Historic Places, eligibility. This is one of 8 structures eligible. So, and this is regardless of structural integrity. This is just the background in terms of the building significance. It also has a statement of significance that talks about how this building represents a period in time in Leadville's development as development was transitioning away from Chestnut as the main street. And it does have a assessment of historic physical integrity related to significance. Excuse me, the 1930s compromisation of the front facade. But again, it is listed as one of the 8 structures on Harrison eligible for National Register of Historic Places listed. Again, that is separate from structural integrity. Just wanted to speak to that because that's on the cover memo of your staff. Thank you.
Is there anything else from staff?
No.
Let's look it up to questions for staff.
Shocking, I have one. So I understand that you stated and believe that the adjacent buildings are holding that one up. But do we have any indication, to some degree, do we have any indication that the adjacent buildings are being held up in some way by the DHI?
The structural engineer's letter did not speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of wondered the same thing.
Yeah. Councilmember Edwards, you had a question.
Being located in a national historic district, is there any law about demolition by neglect? Is there anything covered at all about demolition by neglect of a historic building?
Yeah, yes, it's under the nuisance category. It's not under our historic preservation chapter. It's not under 1744. It's under Title 8, which I think is public health, safety, and welfare. It's enforced by the police department, and there's a huge nuisance section. It's not titled, there's not a section titled demolition by neglect like we want to see in some cities, but it does speak to that.
Are there other questions?
I'm just curious about, I mean, and maybe this is totally not relevant, but just if there is an issue with buildings when the demolition is happening, how does that get addressed, I guess? You know, I mean, obviously it's going to be slow and methodical, and maybe I did remember them pointing out that like the other buildings will be able to do their tuck, is it called tuck pointing or whatever we do with the brick? Yeah, like, you know, that they'll be able to access the brick from places they haven't been able to access it. But just curious if there's, you know, if they start bulging out or so, I don't know what happens.
So the city of Leadville has an intergovernmental agreement with Lake County Building Department to administer our building code, building permitting, building services. So under the authority of the chief building official, Lake County chief building official has jurisdiction over structural integrity of buildings. And so that speaks to, you know, life safety concerns for existing buildings. So, you know, depending on the scope of work, depending on your decisions tonight, that scope of work comes in front of the Lake County chief building official for that. Now, the Lake County does not have a demolition permit, but they do oversee all of the building codes, which there are code sections regarding structural integrity of existing buildings.
Any new building permit typically, especially in a situation like this, would require a shoring plan to safeguard the adjacent buildings.
Are there other questions regarding demolition?
I'd like to say for the record, I remember the DI. I've been here that long.
I think it was still operational when we first started. I have a question on the staff report. You know, it mentions that this building is listed as a local landmark, but then per the cultural resource survey, it says it meets criteria A of the National Park Service National Register of Historic Places. How many criteria are there?
It's 4 or 5. I'll pull those up now.
I just wondered how significant meeting one was. If there were many.
I mean, it's not a code criteria for this app.
Correct.
For this
Yeah.
application, it's for the national list.
Correct, yes.
Well, and it sounded like it could meet criteria even with the changes, like the 1930s changed the front, like
Under criteria A.
that it could be.
The code for resource certainly did find that.
Yeah.
So that-
Separate from.
To answer the question, 4 criteria, A through D.
Okay.
And then there's 2 additional situations. So I'll just pull those on the screen.
Oh my gosh. Now I'm gonna have to be really tiny.
Criteria A says associated with the events that have made a significant contribution to the broad pattern of our history. This is on page 131 if you want to follow along. And I believe in that report, it says that this facade is reminiscent of
It's commerce. It's an area of commerce.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. That is, that's really helpful, at least in my head. Other questions for staff? Well, then what I'd like to do is turn to the applicants and say, would you like to give a presentation just on the demolition aspect of this application? And then we'll do it again for the construction aspect? Can you guys divide that up?
If you bring up that stool.
Yeah, show my favorite picture in this whole packet.
My name is Paul Irwin, I'm 401 Goldest Drive in Belltown, Colorado. I'm the applicant structural engineer and designer. That is the bottom of a load path that reaches all the way up to the 3rd floor roof. So, and that's pretty indicative of that entire structure. I love that thing, it cracks me up. Yeah, that's terrifying, for sure. So it was hard to justify keeping it up.
Yeah.
And, the building to the south was built first, then this building, and then that masonry building to the other side was built adjacent, right up next to the wood. So that wall, all the, mortars kind of squishing out. And then, over time, that roof has brought water down against that masonry. And, until the drywall was removed, you couldn't really even see the damage. So like now we can fix it. Whether we do the repair while that building is partially there or scaffolding, we haven't decided. It might be safer just to do scaffolding. But yeah, the idea is get it out of there, repair those walls. And then, I've got kind of a challenge with the foundation system still to figure that out. And then as we put this thing back together, limit the vibrations and somehow get a building in between these 2 delicate masonry walls. The sooner we get it out of here, the sooner we can repair the existing.
Other questions for the applicant? I'm just gonna hold you up there for a second. How long do you think demolition would take? Because I understand it would need to be done slowly.
My name is Jeff Romer. I'm a 30-year resident of Leadville. Demo would primarily be done by hand. Can't get machines in there with the basement and everything. So my estimate is probably about 2 months.
Thank you. Someone once told me that there is a tunnel big enough to pull a wagon through from the D Hive pointing off towards East 5th. Have you found such a thing?
No.
Okay.
There is a tunnel down there, but it's not that big.
Okay. Thank you for clearing up.
There is a tunnel down there, yes, but it's only, 4 feet wide, 3 feet wide.
It kind of zigzags around a little bit.
It's like a fake mine shaft.
Was that
Pretty
one of
cool.
the images? I feel like I saw an image.
I believe
where there
so.
was like this
Just a little bit.
windy thing, under the buildings or
Yeah.
around it. Yeah, bizarre.
We
Okay.
couldn't really figure out a way to keep that.
The fire department was definitely not gonna let us keep that.
And then all that exploratory work was done about 5 years ago when I first started.
Right, Tim first bought the building in 2019. I've been partners with him doing other jobs since then. I recently bought into the D Hive project for some unknown reason. So that's where we're at.
And then another thing,
the first thing I did was reinforce half of the interior second floor. After they got some of the ceiling off, the joists didn't even attach to the first little chest bearing wall in the first level. Like, so there's a whole new beam with a post that picked that up. And then, like I said, the whole thing is just kind of like that.
Okay.
The more you look, the scarier.
House of cards. Questions, other questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Let's turn this over to public comment. I'd like to open the public comment portion of this public hearing. Is there anyone in chambers who would like to give public comment on the demolition specifically? You will have another option for the construction later. Tonight. Please tell us your name. I know it.
Good evening. I'm Nan Anderson, and my husband and I actually own the building 2 buildings down at 510 Harrison. So I am in support of the demolition. I do not believe that it maintains historic integrity that would merit its individual listing on the National Register of Historic Places. I would be remiss to not go on record, however, to say, to your point, Councilperson Carey, and yours, Councilperson Grant, that I have serious concerns about the structural integrity of the building next to it, the fly shop. And I have read its historic structures assessment report, which explains that at least the 3 exposed walls of that building have brick, 1 white. Most bricks in Leadville historically were 2 to 3 whites thick. The brick on that building is 1 white, and it is not at all attached to any of the framework behind it. So hearing that it also needs repointing, I think that there is a serious consideration about removing the structure inboard of that, and then hoping that that brick wall attached to that fly shop will stay in place. My 2 cents.
Thank you. Other public comment from people in chambers, please, Mr. Steve. Come on up.
I'm Steve Prestash, a resident of Leadville for 46 years. This building somewhat reflects the problem I have with my building right now. The problem I have is cash flow. So there are some issues with my building. But I think it's going to be very sad if we lose this structure. Jeff said he's been alive with this project since 2019. So the question is, since Jeff's a builder, why didn't he do some work on the roof and repair the roof leakage there at that time instead of letting it continue to deteriorate? So it's possible, I don't know, that maybe the deterioration was encouraged, at least as far as this roof leakage thing. This basement picture they keep showing us about this support beam sitting on top of a, whatever it is, a trestle there. This seems to me more theatrical than anything, because if it was really that much of a problem, it could be reinforced quickly. It might be just something that just seems odd. I was really disappointed when the new owners took down the pickaxe and the shovel off the ceiling, and off the front of the building at the top. I would like to see this building rehabilitated, but it's not my building, so thank you kindly.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in chambers who would like to give public comment on this application? I know you want to respond to that, but hang on. It's slightly different. How about online? Anybody online? Would they like to give public comment on this demolition piece? I can't see that far. Mr. Klitsch, please.
Sure. And I'm the owner, so I don't know if I'm speaking in the right place, but to the last, speaker's point, certainly, was no intention on my end to, deteriorate the roof and have it damage it. When I got in, I personally took every board off of every wall, took all the ceilings down. I spent a good, 4 months up there, wearing dust mask and doing the interior demo myself so we could evaluate, the situation up there. And then COVID hit, which put a halt to some of my business operations down here in Austin. And so the biggest thing there is no foundation. And so you can't fix the roof over no foundation. And so really the first day Paul came in to look at it with me, he was like, this building's got to go because there's nothing built on. So I'd love to keep it, but it's a bucket of hair, as we would say down here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else online who would like to give public comment on the demolition piece of this application? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to close the public comment portion of this public hearing.
Grant moves to close the public portion of this. Public hearing, thank you.
Too much alliteration.
Yeah.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. We are gonna move on to, council deliberations, and I guess I have some questions just because our packet is a little bit different than kind of how we're approaching this sort of split hearing. Mr. Willis, you mentioned that the findings in here regarding, and the conditions regarding the demolition may have been changed a little bit by legal. Is what we have in our packet up to date, or is it?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
So these, the findings of approval for demolition only and the conditions of that permit were presented to Historic Preservation Commission. And then, after Historic Preservation Commission's recommendations with those conditions, the legal language was fine tuned by the city attorney. So it's undergoing legal review.
So we don't really have, findings that we can lean into. Oh.
Yes, page 84 of your packet.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Is that the legal, legally reviewed?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you. Ms. LeBun, were you about to say the same thing, or do you have something to add?
No, that's fine. Yeah, thank you. And I guess, well, while I'm talking, if council has any concerns about the findings or wants legal to review anything again, whatever the decision may be, you can add language to the finding, subject to final legal review, how we've kind of done that in the past, where we can again review the findings if council sees fit.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Council, discuss.
Seems like the HPC has recommended approval and it seems to meet the criteria for approval, so I support the approval of the demolition.
What are I guess my question is, what is the where does responsibility for the integrity of the adjacent buildings, where does that fall? And how does that need to in some way be a condition?
Well, on page 84 of your packet, conditions of approval 10 and 11 start speaking to that. So condition of approval number 10, applicant shall obtain any permits required from the Lake County Building Department. And number 11, applicant shall request and pass a pre-demolition inspection by the city. So the chief building official can be present in that inspection.
Okay.
Your Historic Preservation Code does not speak to the structural integrity of adjacent buildings. We did, have, of course, our third-party structural engineer inspect the property, but their report doesn't speak to that either.
Okay.
Staff would, that was the intent of the conditions of approval number 10 and 11. If you need more to address any concerns you have, staff would be happy to discuss that.
So a pre-demolition inspection would kind of get some idea of, is that one of the things that a pre-demolition inspection considers?
Yeah, in other words, we can involve the chief building official for any permitting and inspection related to structural integrity.
Does that require any change to the conditions as stated?
I think it can be broadly interpreted to be included in number 10 and 11. Yeah. And considering the historic preservation code does not have criteria regarding structural integrity of adjacent buildings.
Okay.
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Were city council to approve demolition, but the infill proposal wasn't proposed, is there a chance that we end up with a vacant lot on Harrison Avenue?
Land use law and the city's zoning code does not allow the city to require an applicant to construct a building. So any property within the city of Leadville is permitted to be vacant.
So it's possible if we approve the demolition that we end up with another vacant slot on Harrison Avenue with no approved plans for future development.
Yes,
Just
in other
speculation
words, there's not criteria within the demolition code that we're reviewing that would prevent demolition because there's not guaranteed new construction.
Right.
Councilman Martinez, I would say back, we already have a vacant property on Harrison Avenue that it's not safe to utilize, would be my remark.
Chip, is there any language, like if that situation happens, so there's approval for demolition, but not for construction, this, condition number 13 speaks to how that empty lot should be managed. Is that correct? If I'm reading that correctly?
Yeah, so it speaks to dust, erosion control, invasive weeds, basically any area that's been disturbed from demolition be regraded, revegetated.
Yeah.
And
Thank you.
there may actually be an additional conditions 12 and 13 speak to that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just wondering in terms of, history and our main street and stuff, I know the Historic Preservation Committee devotes a lot of time to this, but I'm wondering, and I can't think of, I think the D-Hive feels like it's pretty unique in that it has changed significantly it doesn't particularly match any, have any uniformity or speak to its surrounding buildings. But it is, it's kind of this, like, I don't know to what degree this is an issue I would imagine we all looked at that picture and went, classic Leadville. Like, how many of our buildings downtown are in this situation where financially it's just cost prohibitive to rehabilitate them? And yet, I feel like the D-Hive is fairly unique in this regard, that it's lost a lot of its historic integrity. And so letting it go doesn't feel as hard. But like, what power do we have to say, the next building that comes up that is cost prohibitive to rehabilitate, at some, like, I'm just curious how that progresses, and we say yes to one and.
I would say if you had another application, it would be subject to the same code criteria unless that code criteria changes.
And that argument could be made for any building on Harrison Avenue, almost regardless of its condition. They are prohibitively expensive to rebuild.
Yes, yeah.
But that just means that they're all that way. This is not unusual that way.
Right.
But yeah, the cost to rehabilitate is substantial.
And yet there are downtown buildings that have been rehabilitated or are undergoing
Absolutely.
rehabilitation. So it's kind of this it's almost like
It's right in
you
the
just have to take it, each one individually.
Well, and like what I'm saying, is the Beehive, it doesn't feel as difficult to make this decision to go with demolition because it does not feel like it has the facade of, and the history there. But the next building, you know, that does, it is like our downtown is reliant on, so that's good.
I'd like to follow up on the mayor's earlier question about integrity of the adjacent buildings. So it sounds like additional shoring will be required, maybe some tuck pointing. I don't know what kind of additional structural work to ensure the integrity of those adjacent vertical walls. So whose responsibility is that? Would that be a responsibility of the applicant who's doing the demolition of the Beehive? Or would the adjacent building owners approach their insurance companies to get that work done? How does that work?
I believe the decision regarding responsibility would lie with the chief building official.
Okay.
So we kind of don't know.
I don't know.
I have two thoughts. One is, you know, I think we've all either been here long enough or have heard of when Sayers maybe collapsed and blew out into the road, fortunately at night when no one was around. And I, you know, especially looking at some of these pictures inside the Beehive, I also have this sort of deep, uncomfortable concern with that happening, except maybe not so convenient a time. And then I'm also, my second thought is, you know, last year I took the high school Leadville history class through the city museums, and these were great, very curious, engaged young people. And one of them asked me what the hardest thing about being in a historic town was, as far as being a, you know, a public official. And I thought, you know, the hardest thing is knowing what to save and what to let go of, because we can't save everything. And that's all I have.
And that is what that cultural resource survey is for.
Exactly. Yeah, it's very helpful to that. I have a final question. Just in our packet, there's, like, you know, an assortment of proposed motions, but they're all combined between demolition and construction. So doing our public hearing this way, should we then, you know, cut whatever motion applies in half to say that, you know, we either move to approve or deny the certificate of appropriateness for demolition located at blah, 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 along with the attached findings? Is that,
Or do
I
we
guess
just read or do we just read the one motion about demolition only and then secondarily do the other one?
yeah,
Below that is one just for demolition.
there,
Page.
I'm on 83.
I'm sorry, my body got ahead of myself. I was looking at findings.
Okay, yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah, I think they all look combined. So I guess, you know, question for legal is, what would you prefer us do? Divide up that motion? One for denial, or excuse me, sorry, one for demolition and one for
Yes.
construction? Okay,
Yes, so motion. Yeah, so it gives, yeah, they are combined. So yeah, just read the demolition portion, whoever's making the motion, from whichever section applies, if you're approving, denying, and then then we can address the construction next. I think that's perfect.
so we would just jump from whatever demolition located at blah, 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 and skip the New Mix Building PL 2026, that, correct? Okay, I just want to set us up for success. Is there further discussion or further questions for staff?
I've been trying to figure out when the appropriate time to bring this up. I agree, I think, with almost everybody. The building is at some point going to come down, whether it's demolished or whether it falls down. I don't have too much of a problem with that. I definitely have a problem with the new build.
We'll get there.
So,
We'll get there. That's next.
but are we saying that we are definitely going to cut these into two separate motions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry for the fancy dancing. Are there other comments or questions? Last call. Just somebody want in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right then. Does anyone feel compelled to make a motion?
Thomas moves the city council approve the proposed demolition of the property located at 506 Harrison Avenue along the attached findings and conditions of approval.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Dolan?
Yes.
Councilmember Clary?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Reed?
Yes. Okay. Part B. What I'd like to do now is kind of go back to the top, still in a public hearing, but I'd like to switch to the focus of the new construction. So I'm going to go back to staff and ask for some information on that.
Thank you, Mayor Green. I'll pick up with the presentation of the proposed new construction. The applicable approval criteria of chapter 1744 of the Lebanon Municipal Code, as well as the Harrison Avenue Design Guidelines, which are required for development on Harrison Avenue. The staff report indicates 18 areas of compliance, 16 areas of non-compliance, and 6 areas of non-compliance that could comply with reasonable conditions of approval. These areas of non-compliance include exterior material, architectural character, horizontal alignment, and new storefront character. Again, with our presentation, I'll first dig into the code criteria in our municipal code in chapter 1744. And we do have a provision, 1744-040, point B, only buildings with brick, wood frame, or clapboard exteriors that are non-reflective and are in keeping with Douglas historic commercial architecture will be allowed on Harrison Avenue to the alleyways east and west between Home Street and Main Street. There was some submissions by the applicant that points out that steel was used in construction during our period of significance, and that marble was also mined from our Mountain West Mountains. These are two materials proposed on the facade, but we have this point of code that specifically calls out red wood frame or clapboard. So in regards to metal usage, there's an important distinction between what is used in the actual construction of the building versus what's used on the facade. Yes, there might be some steel members in some of these buildings holding up boards at places. And there is evidence of cast iron facade work in some of these historic buildings in our city, and then also other cities in the period of significance. I just would like to draw a clarification between what facade means and what cast iron facade means, as we may have questions on that. Facade is generally used to represent the face of the building, in this case facing Harrison Avenue, the front facade, from the sidewalk to where the building terminates. That's what we refer to as the facade. In historical architecture, when we have cast iron facade, we do have cast iron facade elements. These are sometimes beams, sometimes they're kick plates, sometimes there are other elements that make up the standard sort of first store level of a building. And we do see some of these elements present in Leadville. We do have, for instance, on the Broom Block, which is where the Scarlet Bar operates, in the Quincy building, we do have evidence of cast iron pillars exposed to the exterior on the first floor only. And many of Harrison Avenue's decorative details on cornices or copings, maybe cast iron elements. These are little sort of spheres or little decorative orbs that might have a spike or peak on it. Some of those potentially could be formed from cast iron as well. But all this to say, they don't usually extend the entire length of the confer these metal features. Staff is concerned that the proposed metal beams on the upper floors are not in keeping with Leadville's historic commercial architecture. Staff urges the council to consider this. When it comes to marble, staff acknowledge that the applicants did propose Colorado source marble for this facade from Marble, Colorado. And in the product specs from this particular manufacturer, they do cite particular monuments and buildings in Denver from the late 1800s constructed from this marble. That is an important point to make. I have not been able to find any evidence of marble being used for the exterior of buildings in Leadville for period significance. Yes, there's marble present in some of the interiors, but not exteriors. And then I shall move on to some of the application requirements, which come next under chapter 174460. And this basically says that they make a complete application. So yes, they have permission, just like before, from the owner to act on the owner's behalf for this design. They did propose a site plan, that's evident sheet A 1.1 on the drawings, and that is on this page on the screen right now. They do have a site plan. Then there's also a requirement for additional drawings, that might be necessary. Like these, everything from elevations, the 2D angles from each direction, cardinal direction, perspectives, and the other floor plans. In regards to architectural perspectives and rendering, several of these are submitted in the same packet we are viewing, but not all the locations requested at the Historic Preservation Commission's work session have been added. There are copious angles here, but a few from high up on East 6th and East 5th are missing. And I'd like also to note that the scaled elevation drawings are presumably drawn to scale, but they lack some callouts to certain dimensions. And I'd also like to note that many of the elevations, being the 2D drawings of each direction of the building, the east elevation, west elevation, north, south, etc., some of those elevations do not match the floor plans provided in the application. When it comes to materials, the applicants did submit a lot of backup material information for much of the building. We have specs for the siding, we have specs for marble, we have specs for indicating that windows are transparent and non-reflective. We do get a quote on the steel is going to be a gun, the exposed steel is going to be a gun barrel finish. The dimensions of that particular item are not provided explicitly. And there's also a awning proposed as well on this structure, and we don't have any supporting documents for the awning as far as material or operation. As we move on, when we look at criteria and whether to issue a certificate of appropriateness in our historic district, we have three main criteria that we discuss within chapter 1744. The first one is, does this proposed design enhance the district? And this is some of staff's comments. Any new building in the historic district on a vacant site, particularly a mixed use building with ground floor, commercial and residential above, has the potential to enhance the district. Staff is concerned that while the proposed design has the potential to enhance the district through its proposed use, it is lacking due to the proposed facade design at large and proposed material choices. In regards to overall character, the size, scale, shape, and height of the building do comply with this criteria. The broad strokes of the building's scale does work as far as overall character. It's when we look at the front facade design, and some material choices and some of the vertically oriented, design work on the front facade facing Harrison Avenue. These are the features that concern the staff. When we look at specific compatibility, this is the third and final in this particular section. I would like to point out that both buildings adjacent to this property, two-story mixed-use buildings. Both buildings feature rectangular forms, zero setback, flat brick facades with belt courses, recessed entries, transom windows, window headers and sills and cornices. Staff finds the proposed design is specifically compatible with some of these elements, but specific compatibility excludes flat facade, exterior materials, and some interpretations related to the horizontal belt courses. The plans have been modified since the work session on January 13th for our February 24th public hearing. And there have been improvements, but staff is still concerned. From here, we move on to our code recommendation or our code citing towards the Harrison Avenue design guidelines. Under chapter 1744-100, we do a line of code that specifically calls out the Harrison Avenue design guidelines. As such, all work performed to completion of the approved COA shall be in conformance with the applicable. And so now I shall take us into the Harrison Avenue design guidelines, which start with architectural character. This is under the section for new exterior additions and related new construction. Again, architectural character. I have the elevations up on the screen right now. The imitation of older historic buildings is discouraged, and this building makes a clear effort to differentiate itself, so it does comply. The new construction should, however, be designed in such a way that it does not overpower or detract from historic buildings. Staff is still concerned that the proposed design does drift too far away from reflecting the proportions and some of the details of the historic elements found in the new buildings. Contemporary interpretations of traditional details are encouraged. Interpretations, the proposed design does not risk being indistinguishable from historic styles, as this bullet point suggests. And in regards to designs for new windows and moldings and door surrounds, there is some good and some bad. This section of the building, this section of the design guidelines does offer an opportunity for the design to distinguish itself. Staff finds that the use of metal elements for window moldings, surrounds, belt courses, balconies, and railings may comply. The staff finds the use of marble and the full verticality of steel beams on the front elevation help differentiate the structure, but risks incompatibility with adjacent structures in the district. This building has no property being at the front of the property line. It doesn't match the face of the other buildings on the block. That wraps up architectural character. And from here we move on to materials and sort of broad strokes. I'll go over some of the details here. In regards to reflectivity, the guidelines discourage highly reflective materials. There are no highly reflective materials here in transparent glass. Storefronts, in regards to storefronts being experienced at close range, they should have the richest and most durable materials of the entire building. And I would say that the first storefront does employ a double bifold door system that, when closed, incorporate a plate and transom window details that reference storefronts found in our pure significance in a modern convertible way by using a mix of metal and wooden features. And this is most clearly visible on this elevation, where we can see that there's a door to the restaurant on one side, and then a door to the residences and a staircase going up, and we have this transom window and these large display windows and the typical transom window, big plates down below. This feature entirely opens up. And so I do think that that is a very unique way to meet the standard while also offering a very cool opportunity to open up the building to the street. Moving back to the criteria for materials. The next point refers to the use of masonry that appears similar in character and color to that seen historically appropriately. It's historically appropriate, pardon me. Currently, no brick or masonry traditional to the district is proposed to design. Marble panels are specified on the front elevation, though the material and application of the marble planners are not similar to any of the other stone used in Leadville. Moving on to the next point. We have some more things on the use of marble and steel, and this is in regards to that new materials are similar in character to traditional materials, and that may be acceptable. So I'm going to say that again. New materials proposed can be similar in character, but be different than historical materials. And so I would like to give compliments to the applicants for finding a very unique metal siding. I did not have that in the main packet. I did have a link to this. It is a metal clad siding that comes with lots of options of colors and even wood imprints on them or images. And this metal siding comes as narrow as 4 inches, which is called out on the plans. Yep, I'm gonna jump over here. Let's pull that. This is most noticed on every other facade aside from the front facade. I do think this is a very great use of this opportunity to create, yes, less maintenance to the future. It still creates that feeling of traditional clapboard that has a 4-inch reveal. What I will say is that in the material specs, the challenge here is that the siding may need a vertical element to notch the siding into every 24 to 40 inches. And it seemed as though there was an opportunity for sort of an external bar that would create a vertical line on the building, or perhaps there was an element where that could be somewhat hidden and leaving, the horizontal lines there. Compliments to finding this material, though I do not know which attachment element they're using, and that does not show up on the elevations. In regards to marble, as discussed earlier, staff is concerned that the proposed marble is not compatible, even though we do examples of other stone found on buildings in the historic district that aren't explicitly brick or clapboard. Moving on to the next criteria here under materials. We do have details and ornaments should be incorporated that are of similar level of quality to those found on contributing buildings. Here we do have, I would like to mention again that we do these vertical steel beams on the front of the building. The facade does try and reach for the rhythm of the details known in the historic buildings in the district and the period of significance. We do have sort of 4 window openings there. We're beginning to see some of that come into focus. But staff is still concerned that the relationships are not clear in the design. The elevated steel beam framework above the second story cornice is atypical of the historic district. The applicants are proposing a bit of a clock tower here with the inspiration of sort of a head frame. And for anyone who does not know the room or on the commission, a head frame is the structure over a mining shaft as to which they can lower materials and then into the mine shaft. And we do have strong heritage of mining here, albeit all of those mines were off of Harrison Avenue. We do have 2 head frames that are currently on Harrison Avenue. We have one out front of the right next to the old church. And we have one right next to the Carnegie Building. That's the Heritage Museum. Those properties are owned and operated by the Lake County Civic Center Association. And they formed, in the late 70s, early 80s, and with their museum efforts have moved some of those features in a very long time ago. Jumping back to the proposed clock tower ornament, the ornamental clock would be using the pan, the pickaxe, and the shovel, or a replica of that same detail that hung above the D5 for all those 50 years of its existence. So they are planning to have some fall back to the D5 in that particular feature. What I will say here, when we get to the cornice, we do not have any design specs for any type of railing or anything for that rooftop deck that's meant to go with this third level residence on the top of the building, and that could affect the style and design of that particular feature. And from here, we move on to mass and size. And as I alluded earlier in this presentation, the broad strokes of the mass and size and the scale all comply really well. I mean, there's a clear effort to step things back. If we go back to a side elevation, see if we can find what's the best place to look at this might be a floor plan. And you look at the third floor of this design. They do have a proposed setback from the entry doors to this third level on the building. So we can kind of see this in section view where we have quite a bit of distance back. While 3 levels of 3-story high building on Harrison Avenue would not compete with the height or be taller than any neighboring buildings or any buildings present on Harrison Avenue, there is an effort here to sort of maintain that 2-story height that the TI building did have. So there is care into how the general massing and the size and the scale and the shape of the structure are being proposed. However, when we get back to the requirements for mass and size, there's a line here that calls out the ability to incorporate a base and middle of the cap. These are the features of a building, the base being the storefront level, and the middle being that residential level, and then the cap being sort of a decorative sort of top piece of the structure. And this just relates back to the vertical elements, the vertical steel elements used for that sort of element of the design. And from here, we move on to building and roof form. Again, by and large, all of this building and roof form and building setbacks, all of this complies really well. They're fitting into a very constrained space, and by the nature of that, there is compatibility. When we run into another area of concern, we look at horizontal alignment and sorry, okay, when I'm dizzy, we're getting back there. Looking back towards horizontal alignment, the proposed design does align by matching the fronts of the neighboring buildings, some of the features. So if we look at the work that the architect or the designer did so well to put in the current window openings on adjacent buildings, they are kind of keeping that general horizontal rhythm of floor height to floor height flowing across, the site to kind of keep that alignment going. However, when we look at window moldings, top of display windows, cornices, and copings and parapets at the top of buildings, we do have a few concerns. By and large, it comes back to the termination of the top of the proposed cornice or cap feature, where we don't have the full details on the kind of railings keeping people back. Is that a clear glass feature? Is that going to be a parapet that comes up, 3 feet at the waist level? And is this going to be raised in front of it? And so we do some concerns around that. And again, I would like to compliment the design of the storefront character that is proposed. That is the next section of criteria here, the storefront character. We do have a really excellent proposal for that storefront level with a very cool interpretation by maintaining the transom windows above the big display windows and the trace there. Side of the transom windows maintain the same horizontal dimensions as you go across the entry doors to both the restaurant and the upstairs residence. Staff did have questions about the scope or concerns is that when we get to the actual specifications of the door being used, they do not have, it's just, they're just large glass panes. And so there's no specification as to whether that kick plate is going to be painted on, if it's going to be a wood embellishment that's going to be added on after the fact. Excellent design proposal. We just didn't see the specifications to back that up. We move on next to maintaining the distinction between street level and between street level and upper level. It's generally less the main levels are generally more transparent. There's a lot more glass, a lot more of that commercial storefront aspect. As you move up to the residential levels, you typically get smaller windows. It sort of drops a bit, and you get smaller openings there. And so when we look at that distinction, we do think that the design can comply with conditions. We would like to know more about that specified window, the Marvin bifold window, and we would like to see a window schedule for the designs, for instance. Moving on to the criteria that explains why upper floor should be perceived as being more opaque than the lower floors, and we do see an improvement over the work session that we had that design compared to the public hearing design. We still have a problem with the windows being a little bit larger, but they're getting very, very close. Again, dark tinted glass is not proposed, so that is not an issue here. And finally, final criteria I will address with the Harrison Avenue Design Guidelines refer to the expression of the distinct floor heights between street level and upper levels, the detailing and materials and administration. And I would like to say that the design does comply with that. You can still tell there's a difference between upper and lower levels here. I'll then go into my final statement before I turn it back to Mayor Green. Staff greatly appreciates the property owner and the representatives at City Council tonight. We really appreciate their commitment to investing in the National Historic Landmark District. The balance between avoiding imitation and mimicry while also achieving differentiation without risking compatibility is a challenge to achieve in any historic district. The proposed design does make strong attempts to meet many of these criteria in regards to the criteria in the Harrison Avenue Design Guidelines. As compared to the plans presented at the work session, staff finds the proposed concept does come closer to achieving both compatibility and differentiation. Staff still finds the broad strokes of mass, form, height, setbacks, etc. do generally comply with the approval criteria, while facade details and exterior materials may not. As such, staff does recommend the approval. The staff does not recommend the approval of the design application proposed. To what we have is the Historic Preservation Commission recommended unanimously for the City Council to deny the proposed new construction with the attached findings of denial, which have since been revised by the City Attorney. Thank you very much, City Council.
It's a lot to digest. Thank you very much. Does anyone have questions or clarifications that you'd like from staff?
Thank you for being so clear.
Okay, Councilmember Grant.
Shocking. Parking for those residences, is that being considered?
Yeah, there's a condition of approval. This is the biggest kind of hurdle for the applicant. There's a condition of approval for a site plan, and the site plan evaluates the parking requirements. The applicant would need to come before council for a parking waiver, as you've seen with other applications.
Okay, thank you.
It looks to me like there are some structures in the back that are original structures that will remain. Is that correct?
Thank you for that. I should have been more thorough in my presentation of the demolition. There are two buildings on the back of the property that will remain, and this is a garage right against the back of the alley, just up against the property line. And then that's attached to another shed dimension, another shed building there. And those are supposed to remain at this time. I'll bring that up on the site plan and zoom in so everyone can see what Councilmember Carey is referencing. Right here, we can see the, evacuation stairs, the fire stairs on the back of the building. That's pretty much the most, farthest east terminus of the building. And then we have these two attached, structures which will remain. Thank you.
And the rest of the construction though, from those buildings over, that's all new
All new,
construction.
yep.
Other comments, questions for staff?
So you've talked about the middle level as being apartments or residences, and then the possibility of the third level being a short-term rental.
The initial discussion that staff had with, the applicant, that was the initial plan that they had. And we helped them at that point know that there would have to be an administrative permit for short-term rental. There's only one short-term rental allowed per property, sort of letting the applicant know the short-term rental criteria that there are, for anyone, any short-term rental in the city.
I would just like to encourage them not to do that, to have it be another residence.
It's not part of this discussion, but
I know.
yeah.
That's right.
There are some of the pictures that you have shown us that show that third level and others that do not. Was there discussion at HPC? Do we know where that landed?
So they are, the third level is present. I will say, when we look at the elevations, I'm gonna get back to the elevations. It's a tricky thing. I'll speak from my experience as an architectural designer, as well. We have the sort of shadowed cut through the neighboring buildings. It's very tricky, very challenging to show an elevation of buildings like this because you always have another building in the way. So you do see the end of that third story in the elevations. It's just not extremely visible because of that section cut. I do think the best place to see that third level, and that third level is consistent throughout all the drawings, is here. We do have the sort of a rough sort of slice, cake slice section cut through the building where we see that the third level starts roughly 26 or 27 feet back from the property line.
Can you put the cursor on Walt Harrison Avenue right now?
Oh, so we have the sidewalk right here. So this is the side, this is the facade of the building.
Oh,
And so we would have the space, this is like, would be directly above your head on the sidewalk. We do not have the step down on the sidewalk into Harrison Avenue, but this is the Harrison Avenue angle of the
So
building.
the third level is set back. Is that like a deck or
It
patio?
would be a rooftop deck there, and that's what's proposed for the third level. And a few times in my staff report, I did mention that there hasn't been a full specification on what that railing might look like there. And when we're talking about, coping or parapet or whatever this design feature might be, that will in some regards affect that.
That third level is set back, if I can read the comments, 30 feet.
About just shy of 30 feet. We have 12'10" is the first marker, and then 14 foot 2.5. So that's like 27. And
So if you were standing on the sidewalk, you'd never see the third level. If you were across the street, potentially you'd see it.
so in that picture right there, or that, I don't know what to call them.
So this is a good point to describe the difference between perspectives and elevations. So elevations bring everything to you in 2D form. And this is perspective, and when you have a perspective drawing, that presents a vanishing point. So suddenly things that are very much in your face in the 2D design, they begin to fade away as how objects work with our human eye. So this perspective on this particular scene that we're looking at right now would be, I think, hypothetically from the courthouse. Yeah.
So in some of those presentations, that third level appears to be taller than the Golden Rose next door and the other building to the north. Am I seeing that correctly? Because now I'm questioning.
The eye, with a vanishing point and perspective drawing, you have things that are farther away, they vanish into that vanishing point. And so because you're standing down in the street, the roof or the rooftop deck, that level deck, rooftop deck's kind of obscure your vision of that. So there is a difference in architectural language when we have drawings that present that. So if I go back,
To answer your question, yes, it is taller.
It is taller.
It is taller.
But it's set quite a ways back.
So we can see here that we do have that, kind of part of the third building right here. It is, you know, a little bit higher than the cornice of the neighboring buildings. I was not able to find a specific dimension called out to say, hey, this is 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, or whatever it may be taller than that, but it's set quite distinctly far back. And I do believe it is an effort to, you know, kind of have that same initial vibe of the two-story building.
Thank you.
It seems like what we're really mostly concerned with right now is that Harrison Avenue. The facade. Like the rest of the building seems like it's acceptable. You don't seem to present a lot of opposition to the structure that's the back structure. But that front facing facade is the challenge.
It is the challenge in accordance with the standards of the Harrison Avenue design process.
And so, like seeing it reworked with maybe some of that metal shingling instead of the marble, or maybe playing with brick instead of the marble, and maybe not having it have such a framework feel, or.
We're not doing that inside. And that's the challenge.
Yeah, so like figuring out a way to reference, like, it seems like what you're saying is that it's just, it's getting there, but it's not there. That it needs to have more conversation with the buildings that are beside it.
Yeah, I would say what's been outlined in your staff report and staff's verbal summary is that there are design standards that are generally really referred to as broad strokes. So building height, mass, setbacks. When you think about the box, and generally speaking, the Historic Preservation Commission and staff found that complied with design standards.
Yeah.
The concerns that were outlined tonight regarding the specific design standards regarding exterior materials on the architectural character on the front facade. So that gets in, so those specific elements are the beams, metal beams, the vertical elements particularly, and the horizontal elements being the marble.
And the marble.
But we are evaluating the application that's in front of us tonight.
And the windows are slightly.
Windows, yes, where they were spoken to, there has been improvement throughout the process. Again, we provide the opportunity, in addition to the pre-application meeting, we have a work session process where the applicants can receive feedback from the Historic Preservation Commission. And we did complete that process.
Is there ever more than one work session, or I'm just curious why there was one and then it sounds like there was one in January and then the HPC heard it as a hearing.
Typically, the process is one, the applicant it can pursue a second work session. There's a fee for that.
Question there.
Yes.
If this application is denied tonight, how long, or can the applicant reapply with a different plan, or how long would they have to wait? Or is that stipulated?
So yes, the applicant can reapply. Staff would have to look into the code regarding a deadline or minimum time period for reapplication.
Should we just
I'm like-
continue, should we continue the decision then, so that the applicant can make modifications without
Oh,
replying?
If you.
Staff can answer
There's
that.
Really, let staff answer the question.
I say staff can't answer the question about like the elements, like a redesign, but in terms of process, yes, continuance is an option, but I would welcome the input of the city attorney on this, but the council should not continue the public hearing of the application for redesign.
Okay. Thank you, that answered it.
Just as a point of clarification, there is a mandatory waiting period for reapplication for demolition, but there's not a minimum waiting period for a reapplication for a building permit or a new COA.
I believe that is correct. I would need to double check it.
Yeah, thank you.
So if there is a delay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I sort of vaguely remember that you have to seek a new COA if nothing is broken ground for 2 years or something like that. But if this is denied, then it's like a waiting period of 6 months or something before you can reapply for a COA. If this is denied, is it necessary to start the process all the way over with a new application for a COA? Or because, maybe I'm mixing apples and oranges here. If you receive a COA, you have to break ground within a certain period of time or start work, or
Yeah,
that goes.
the council is charged with evaluating the application before you, so you can approve an application with reasonable conditions of approval. But it's, it's not the charge of the city council to redesign the application. So, so a decision for denial would allow the applicant to reapply, but the application would be evaluated anew.
Yes, thank you. I was just exploring the guardrails.
And would they be going back then to the Historic Preservation Committee and saying, like, the rework process could continue, move ahead at the Historic Preservation Committee level? So they could take this and say, okay, like, you've already apparently seen it once before and seen some tweaks, because you mentioned or the Historic Preservation Committee did, and saw modifications that were made between 2 meetings, right? And so I just am envisioning, okay, take it back to the drawing board and tweak it again. Like, is that not how it works? Or we deny it and how does that go forward if it's denied?
Okay, so lots of questions there, but if this application for new construction is denied, the applicant has the opportunity to reapply for a certificate of appropriateness. That would go, they have the option to request a work session at Historic Preservation Commission. That is optional, it's not required. And then there's a public hearing at Historic Preservation Commission. Same process as what you have before you, and HPC makes a recommendation to you. So there will be 2 public hearings, the second being the city council.
Process begins over.
The work session is optional.
How, I guess I'm just curious, I think this has already sort of been asked, but timeframe wise, what are we talking about here? In terms of them, if they're moving ahead and go right back into the work and figuring it out, like, would this be coming back to us again in a few months or a month?
In terms of staff, once the staff receives an active application, this application, for example, came forward in about 2 months.
Oh, about 2 months, okay. So it could be a couple months.
That was including a work session.
Yeah.
Any questions for staff at this time? I'd like to offer the applicants an opportunity to present on this construction.
Smaller one, looking about 10. I'm responsible for a lot of this. And I want to thank Alex because he's probably worked harder than I. I don't think y'all understand how much work he's put into this, like, for real. That being said, and I don't know how exactly, we're all trying to figure out how this works, but it seems like this is the only time that we have to, like, maybe say, get a variance. There's no procedure in this for applying for a variance. Just kind of keep going at it. But I think y'all have the ability to disagree with historic preservation with some conditions. And it feels like we're about 90% there. We made a lot of progress between the work sessions, and I've made a lot of changes that reflect some of the problems that we have right now with this application. So we're pretty close. We're really only talking about the upper level of Harrison, of the facade. We're almost there. And we don't comply. We're not arguing. We don't comply. Okay, but we're trying to do something that I think is a little bit unique, maybe not thought of. We're trying to build a clock tower that kind of looks like a head frame. That happened because there was already a pan, shovel, and pick there. So we're trying to preserve the character of the beehive, including, we're going to bring back that sign again. The original.
You do still have that.
Sign. Well,
That's great.
So yeah.
I was hoping it's still.
Okay, because it was in those pictures and I was like, it looks like it's there. Okay. Interesting.
And then on the very right, we've got some, St. Patty's Day, options for the sign as well. So what we're trying to do is a little bit, it's just a unique opportunity. I mean, the thing was already there. This is 100% Leadville. The head frame idea is appropriate, but it's also tricky because I don't want to make it, we don't want to make it like a cartoon. Wood, I don't think is appropriate even on this. I don't think wood doesn't last. I mean, we're looking at tearing down what was made of wood. So, the marble idea seems like a slam dunk to use Colorado marble in Leadville on a facade. You know, we're trying to make something really, really durable. The steel and the marble and the way they go together, you're going to get closer to it. You're going to see it. It's going to become more interesting as you get closer. On that photo, you can start to see some of the marble, the texture of the marble. And yes, that could be another stone. And I did think we were going to be continuing to work on this. I was under the impression that there was going to be a little more work to get there. So that being said, we're about 90% there. We're getting closer with this facade. We're going to bring back that original sign, which I hated it, but now I really like it. Somehow it seems like I don't know, blowing up the pan and the shovel with that sign worked pretty well. And that is Leadville right there. Plus there's a message board. So this is going to be very iconic.
Would you say there's a message board?
Yes. It says, right now it says Historic Preservation Rocks.
Okay. Is that the little thing hanging? So it hung.
That's the original.
The bottom is a message board.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes. So everyone's gonna be looking at this almost every day, check the time, see what kind of hilariousness is on the message board. And that's all Leadville right there. So there's that. Again, this is a really unique opportunity. This city council can look back and go, yep, that's why there's a clock tower there, because what y'all decided. Some of the original elements of the pre-beehive are the 4 windows on the top, the lower level. We're starting to develop kind of a parapet on the top there now. But again, it's different. This is a clock tower / head frame / meeting historic preservation standards as best we can / multi-use building. We're trying to do a whole bunch right here. And I'm totally willing to work with historic preservation a little more to get there because it feels like we're pretty close. And what else? So I guess if we could get approved with a condition to spend some more time with historic preservation, maybe that's a way to move this thing forward. Because I really appreciate you thinking about time, because if this drags on too long, it's not gonna, we kind of need to keep it rolling, and we're right there. And to set us back to a few more months to reapply, even if we go back, hopefully your work of what does comply, we don't have to revisit. We can just stick with the areas of concern as we move forward and resolve those issues. And maybe they don't get resolved all the way. No one's really, unfortunately, historic preservation has no example to show anyone of what their guidelines and regulations would produce. So, because no one's really gone through it. And Alex tried to find some that were close, but I kind of think y'all wouldn't even want to see those. They were not, there's no guarantee that these regulations are going to produce something. And I did ask if we could, again, it's kind of like a variance in most situations. But I guess that's what y'all could do, is grant a variance to, yes, do this tower, work with historic preservation a little more, and get rolling. And there's other, maybe granite, there's other stones. I think the white is, it kind of pops out, but then I don't know. I've been staring at this thing for a long time.
Yeah.
When you first see it, sometimes things are a little jarring, but then after a while, maybe it does work, you know, it takes a little time. And, you know, I'd be certainly willing to, you know, make this more of a public, give the public a little more access, maybe get a little more input from people, but I mean, it does seem, I've had a lot of positive feedback from it, except we can't jump through all the hoops with this.
I think this would move on a little more smoothly if we kind of just open it up to questions and then to the applicant and see if that carries us along. Are there questions for the applicant?
Well, I don't know if we're talking about design stuff here. I mean, I am curious, like, if, you know, we were to go through this scenario or whatever, back and forth, like what we're looking at here. So like, is that like, I think there was reference to using some of the turquoise of the historic Leadville colors or something. Is that what I'm seeing there in the windows? Is like some of that Leadville
This
turquoise?
good eye there. I was gonna use a turquoise color for the door and window frames
Okay.
for the residential.
Okay.
And then it was gonna be more the red of those panels came out a little dark, but red for the restaurant door and the window frames for the
Okay.
restaurant area, just to distinguish it.
I would like to understand a little better because the design standards for our downtown are, you know, for a reason. And people come here for the way that downtown appears. So I'm wondering, I would like a little better understanding of, since it's fairly clear that the exterior should be brick, wood frame, or clapboard, like what was the thought process to end up with steel and marble?
Well, wood is inappropriate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why we're tearing the building down. So that requirement of the municipal code should be adjusted. And, we should be able to build something with materials of higher integrity brick if we've got marble and stone in Colorado. So, that just seems like, again, like a variance or we don't meet the code, but this is appropriate, that kind of situation.
What about the horizontally oriented material that we see on the rear of the property and on the third floor?
That's
what you were-
metal.
The
That
metal,
looks like wood.
I forget what you call it.
It's a metal siding.
Siding.
It's very much meant to sort of mimic that shadow line, the appearance of that clapboard. Or that wooden siding reference.
We're trying to use materials that don't need a finish. You know, in the backside, it's metal, it's painted metal that kind of fakes wood. I don't think that would look right on Harrison. I think the material needs to be real, and there's the difficulty of not mimicking, and this doesn't mimic, but it does pick up. Again, you did such a great job. Crazy.
Yeah, it does beg the question of like examining those requirements in terms of materials that do require a lot of maintenance. Brick, wood, they do require a lot of maintenance. So, but those are the requirements.
I don't think, and staff or legal, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that there is a place within a COA application to say conditions are that you continue to work with HPC. Like, my feeling is that should have been done first
That's a
before.
question for staff.
Staff or legal, I'm not really.
Staff will take an attempt at that. Generally speaking, a final decision-making body such as yourself can condition an approval upon a recommending body such as HPC.
Yeah, well, yes, exactly.
You can condition approval on a subsequent process such as like a building permit, like we talked about the building official earlier.
But not to direct back to the advising commission that came before us. that correct? Um, and I really don't, I mean, personally, for me, my level of expertise is not that of the individuals who serve on the HPC. And so adding conditions for, you know, materials and stuff is way outside of my wheelhouse.
No, it's
I
not.
don't think that would
It's
be
not.
appropriate.
It's not. I mean, it's like,
I mean, that's why we have a commission, right? To, who has more experience.
but that's
in
why
these
we have
issues.
y'all, because their guidelines don't allow marble, which it should allow marble. And, steel to the first level is allowed. Well, in this case, maybe some steel to the second level is appropriate. But I think that's where, isn't that where city council can say, well, you really did a good job with HPC except for 12 feet on the second
Except
level.
for
Let's
16
go ahead and mention
conditions.
that.
Just to clarify, there is cast iron on Harrison Avenue, both used structurally and of course decoratively. The steel that you're proposing is all structural steel. These are all items, correct?
That's what I'm
None of this
saying
is
there.
actually cast iron. It's all.
It's not cast iron. No.
Thank you.
There's just procedural question. Are we still in questions for the applicant?
Yeah,
Post their presentation
yeah.
next
The
week?
trouble is, I think some of this is complicated enough that I'm sort of leaning on you guys too, to better, to form my questions.
We're happy to answer questions. Just want to make sure we were next moving to public comment.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Other questions for that? No.
Y'all gonna be famous.
I'd like to, as part of the applicant, I'd like to mention a couple of things. Like Alex said, we've bent over backward, we've changed things, we've done a bunch of stuff. And I think if we're just talking about the 12 feet at the front of the building, the back of the building, the footprint, everything else, I think that we've moved forward from that point. If it's the 12 feet of the front, I feel that I need to mention that we are adding 4 units. We just spent an hour before our turn talking about rules and regulations for another building that you guys allowed to change and restructure the rules because the benefit of 4 units made it so that building was worthwhile. I think us adding 4 units to this building justifies 12 feet of the front of the building.
Mr. Romer, could you help me understand what 12 feet you're talking about here? I mean, you're more familiar with.
From
the actual-
the commercial to the top floor of the front of the facade.
So the second story.
The second story. Thank you.
As far as Alex said, I believe that the top is the railing. So the deck would be 3 feet below. So if somebody's standing on the deck looking over, you'd only see maybe from their belly button up.
If I could add, this is like a public sculpture for everyone in Leadville. This isn't, it's gonna suck. His view is gonna suck from that deck. Okay? And instead of looking up, watching some dude on his private deck, we're all gonna look at a little piece of public art that's above the parapet. So this is kind of, that's why it's like, it feels like it's more municipal.
And we do still have the sign, we still have the pickaxe and that, I still have the sign from the bowling alley. I still have a lot of stuff from this town.
Other questions for the applicant before we move on to public comment? Okay, seeing none. Let's open the public comment portion of this public hearing. Is there anyone, stoic people who have remained, who would like to give public comment?
I do a little more space here.
Hello. Nan Anderson, 510 Harrison. So, this design is wholly inappropriate for a National Historic Landmark District. There are 25 National Historic Landmark Districts in Colorado. There may be a few hundred in the entire country. You have to do this right. And this is not the right design for this landmark district. So aside from that, one of the design concerns that I would like to raise, in the state of Colorado, without an architect, you can design a 4-unit residential house, you can design an agricultural building, you can design a shed or a small warehouse. You cannot design a commercial building without an architect. So this is proceeding on an unlawful basis. And you can't take a design at the end and say, here, architect, stamp it for me, because the state statutes say the entire design has to be under the responsible charge of the architect, not at the very end. You don't go out and buy an architect's stamp. And the reason for that is because we are expressly charged with the protection of life, health, and public safety. So I urge you to deny this application and get this back on a legal track.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers? Steve, please come up. Sorry, I've got to reorient my timer.
Steve Prestash. I've had the privilege of walking through this building. Eddie took me through it once. And I didn't see the second story. The first story was pretty much a desolate looking thing. And the basement was incredibly interesting. I really appreciate that the building owner and contractor have been really working together well with the building department. That really makes a lot of difference and makes this easier for everybody. So I have two concerns. One, I really hate the front of that. It doesn't look historically anything. It looks new wave, and you know it's not compatible. The other thing is I'm really concerned about the integrity of the building, where this young lady here pointed out that the brick thing. If you look at the building that's south to it, and you sit across the street, you can see cracks along the length of that frontage. If you go to the southeast corner on the south side, you can see a crack that goes up through all the way there, about a foot or so from the corner of the building. So some time ago, the Tabor building on the north side, the west piece of it, that all collapsed, that brickwork. The same thing with where the title office is now, that whole section, south section, west section of it, that collapsed. Not the west facing the west section of the south section collapsed off of there. When this construction demolition occurs, I'm afraid that building on the south end of that, the south of that, maybe bow out. And so there has to be some consideration of that, because that building is fragile. And this building, as it is right now, although the demolition permit's been approved, might have a critical factor in holding the north end of that south adjacent building. So when construction is done, I think the architect that has to be employed also consider the integrity of these other two buildings, as well as something that's more historically acceptable, as not marble and steel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. Yes, sir. Please come up.
Hello, my name is Dave Anderson, and I'm also 5'10" Harrison. I'd just like to comment that
One of the reasons we have historic districts is so there's some compatibility and we maintain this history of the district. It doesn't say you can't use new materials. Doesn't say you can't use different things than are what are there already, but it says to work within the massing, the spacing, and all of the work that's been done on each side to make some complementary infill. I think that it's not complementary, and I think that it would be a disservice to the community for decades to come. Historic preservation starts with history, and you are continuing history. So we don't want to just make a break from history and end up with a sore tooth that you're left with. So take that into consideration, and let's move on with this.
Thank you. Are there any other people?
30 seconds.
No, you had yours. We don't do couples. No mulligans.
Someone online there.
Let's move to online. You're gonna have to help me here because I cannot see. Mr. Gutierrez, would you like to give public comment on the application for this new construction?
Good evening. Thank you very much. It is not about this term. It's about a different topic. So
Okay,
I
well, then
better wait.
Mr. Gutierrez, I'm gonna ask you to wait until the end of our meeting.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course. Is there anyone else online who would specifically like to give public comment on this COA before council? Okay, seeing none, I entertain a motion to close the public comment portion of the public hearing.
So moved.
I don't know how many years it took me to say that smoothly. Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay, as we move into deliberations, I would again like to lean into our requirement to make a judgment based on conditions, not on whether we like or don't like something, or whether it, you know, it has to be based on the conditions before us. So I'm just gonna put that out there, that really limits our consideration. And is it fair to say that there's a bunch of different conditions in here for different things, like all the different criteria that the HPC considers. There's architectural character, there's, you know, general appearance. Those are our conditions. Is that correct?
Yeah, we use the term, findings. If you look on page 86 of your packet, those are the findings that are both for the new construction that are recommended by the Historic Preservation Commission and have undergone legal review.
And this on page 86 has gone through legal review.
Yes.
Thank you. Discussions?
I would caution council that whatever we do here, we would be setting a precedent. And the only precedent that I find that's similar to this is back in the late 1970s and early 1980s, when all of our bank buildings came in on Harrison Avenue. And the reason that those came in was because we had buildings that had not been maintained, and they were ready to be torn down, and the infill that came in was very different than the rest of Harrison Avenue. This is not the same as that. This is not set back on the lot or anything like that, but there are several other buildings on Harrison Avenue that could, in short order, be brought before us for demolition and rebuilding. So I want to counsel that we are setting a precedent that is very, very different than the National Historic District area that we have.
Just a point of clarification, when you say bank buildings, you're referring to like community banks and First,
Exactly.
not the bank building.
No, I'm sorry, not the American Bank Building, which is one of our, sandstone would be great for that, but no, talking very specifically about the relatively modern bank buildings that came in all in a slew taking over old historic buildings back in the late 1970s, early 1980s.
Thank you. Other comment or discussion?
I mean, I love the idea of like doing something there, and I love a lot about this. The for housing units, the balcony seems awesome. But like at the end of the day, it's in this National Historic Landmark District that has all these conditions. And of the 40 conditions, it doesn't comply with 32 of them. So like if that's our criteria for assessment, it doesn't comply, and I can't feel good about approving something like that. Even though I love the idea of like that development definitely needs to happen. It just needs to meet the criteria in the next design, I feel like.
I agree with Councilmember Tharp. There are things that I like about that. I like the idea of, sorry to say this, the head frame. Like I like the idea of that. I like the idea of having the signs there. But I don't, 32 out of 40 is not good. 8 out of 40 is not a good enough percentage.
And
Or sorry, my math might be off there. It is, sorry.
Well, you-
22 don't comply, 18 do comply. My bad.
it's hard to do math at this time.
At 10:15.
It's just difficult.
And it isn't about the math necessarily, but just to kind of quantify that a little bit.
I do want to say, and again, in terms of our role, our role, even though this is the final decisive body and we can add conditions and findings, I think it would be inappropriate to say conditions would be, please decrease the size of the windows on the second floor and, change this material. Like that is the job of the HPC, not ours. I'm sad because I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Tharp and Councilmember Grant, like there is a lot that I like about this building, and I just wish that it had been decoupled from the demolition so it could have some more, I can't think, I'm only thinking of food things. Yeah, just some more cogitation with the HPC, with Mr. Wells, to bring us something that, that everyone can agree on even a little bit. It concerns me, and I know council has done wild things before where one of our advisory panels is unanimous and then council kind of gets a wild hair. But it does concern me that there was not any of the HPC in favor of this particular design as it stands right now, as it's presented to council.
Can I say something on that?
No, we're just in.
No, it wasn't
Yeah.
anything in,
We're just in
to
council.
change your mind. It was.
No, we're in council right now, so
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So some of the notes that I wrote down, and then I can tie them into the guidelines here, were, I wasn't sure if they went overboard trying to differentiate where we don't want to have a cookie cutter, or if they just didn't follow the guidelines, because it definitely seems to me with the information that we've been presented tonight, they didn't follow a lot of the guidelines, and I understand their guidelines. Yes, maybe we can do a variance or something like that, but if it was one or two things, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But there are a number of guidelines, and we're looking at them all here, that they didn't seem to try to meet.
I want to set aside the word variance because I don't think I don't think it means what you think it means. That's a separate thing. But I think what you're talking about is conditions on the findings.
So that's my 2 cents.
I have just a kind of a final question, maybe for legal. I mean, I just never sure who to ask the question to, but the findings as they exist in our packet right now, if council agrees with all of them and has nothing additional to add, is it good to go, or does it still need legal review? I was not sure from our.
I'll defer to the city attorney.
What is in your packet is good to go. If council is looking to deviate from that recommendation, that's when I would, kind of how I mentioned earlier, the decision would be made subject to final legal review of whatever findings council has made, just so we have a very clear record of any decision that is not what HPC has recommended if council decides.
Thank you. Other commentary? I do feel very strongly about the gravity of not only the National Landmark Overlay District, but especially that which faces our few blocks of downtown, which have a very specific atmosphere. And no one else is gonna say something. I'm sad. Does anybody want to make a motion, or does anybody can say something else?
Do we need to make a motion and then vote no
We-
matter what?
Yes, we do. Unless there are something that we want to add to findings or conditions that we want legal to kind of firm up. But we don't have the ability to kick it back to HPC. We have the ability to either add findings as we see them or add conditions as we see them, but within kind of our lane. Like I don't think we can make design decisions. You know what I mean? So what we do have to do is vote or make a motion, which are those kind of the second half of any of the 4 potential motions on page 83. So you would start with, you leave out the certificate of appropriateness for demolition and put in the certificate of appropriateness for new mixed use building.
So I just need some clarification. This process is one where it's not clear what you need to have. But it needs to fit in the general criteria. You gotta start there. You gotta fit like all the general or most of the general criteria.
That's correct.
And then maybe get approved for the meeting of, but like the problem here is really that there are just too many criteria that it doesn't fit with. And
That's for you to decide.
That is kind of for us to decide what,
right,
you know,
for
like what
each
are the
of us
numbers.
for each of to decide, yes.
I-
Okay, yeah, yeah.
And the thing that I'm sad about is because this is piggybacked in the same application with the demolition, like this part is very clear. This part I think needs more time, but we don't have the luxury of doing that because they're linked together. So we do have to make the motion. We do have to vote.
But if we made, but the motion the demolition can already happen.
They were separated.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. They're separated, but because they're under one application, we do have to vote on both of them. And the only way we can continue is if there are, like I said, particular conditions
Yeah,
or
that
findings that we want legal to make pretty.
But if we as a council decide to vote no on this, the demolition can still occur.
That's correct.
Is this something that moving ahead in the future, maybe it could be recommended that they not be lumped together? Like, is that something?
That's not part of our,
Okay. It's just
it's not part of us,
yeah.
but it's a little bit unusual, at least in my experience, but certainly it can be done.
Grant will move that city council deny the certificate of appropriateness for the new mixed-use building, PL 2026-006, located at 506 Harrison Avenue, along with the attached findings of denial presented by staff at the public hearing.
Thomas seconds.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Thomas?
So we're,
So
you're voting yes, you agree with the motion that Councilmember Grant. I know it's so hard.
Thomas votes yes.
Councilmember Edwards?
Yes.
Councilmember Grant?
Yes.
Councilmember Carey?
Yes.
Councilmember Dolan?
yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Clark?
Yes.
And Mayor Green?
Yes. I really hope to see this again. I really do. Okay, that brings a close to our public hearings. Now I have to find my agenda again. It is nearly 10:30 and the next item is a council discussion on the creation of an asset management task force. In our coming bylaws, we do have a timely adjournment requirement that we never go by past 10:30. I've been trying to implement that. And I would like to know about Councilmember Thomas's interest in, moving this discussion to the next meeting.
I would certainly appreciate that. Moving it to the next meeting.
All right. What I will do is plan to move that discussion, up a couple of weeks, because I think it really does deserve, our awake and alert minds.
Can I, just a point on that is, the next meeting is March 17th. That is department reports, which usually takes an hour and a half. You also have a requested presentation by the Lake County Sheriff's Office for an hour, and you have the resolution approving a planning grant and the second reading of the ordinance adopting the wildfire resiliency code, plus several other items that may or may not go. So I don't want to lead people astray. I know Mary and I've talked about trying to keep the meetings to end before 10 p.m. Right now, we will add it. But if the meeting looks like there are necessary items like second hearings and things like that that need to go forward and we will go past 10 p.m., I'll coordinate with Councilmember Thomas to pick a date that we can definitely get to it before 10 p.m.
And we can decide like which one do we want to discuss first, asset management or council bylaws. I do not feel strongly.
If it expedites it, I'll volunteer.
All right. Bless you. Let's move on to public comments at the end of our hearing. Please, Steve, join us at the lectern.
Actually, we seem to be getting closer here.
I know. It's great.
Sorry. A couple of things. I'm concerned that, on the, Harrison Avenue, there's a lot of grit. And, hopefully that will get, vacuumed up before, ski joring, because I think that would add another layer of slipperiness to the street, especially towards the south end there where the horses try to stop and get their legs broken. Or maybe only one leg got broken so far, but so hopefully all that grit will be off the street in the parking areas there and it won't wander into the street. There was a statement made by the administrator that the reason we didn't fix the bathrooms was because they were waiting on the part. That is not the message that was put in the bathrooms there. There was a sign that said, there was actually two signs, someone took one down. And the message was that the bathroom is not open because of continuing vandalism. And that sounded like a punitive thing that the bathroom wasn't open. So like Martin Struthers said in HUD, we have a communication problem here because the communication is that we couldn't get the part was on back order for 5 months. And what it said in the bathroom was, we're punishing you we're keeping one bathroom open. When it said that due to increased vandalism, continuous vandalism. And at the HPC meeting, on this issue that we just had here, Mr. Labbe, during the meeting, went from the back and came up to the presenters and gave some advice right before the end of the meeting. I thought that was indecorous, and it also was a conflict of interest. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Steve. Both of you are on the HPC, so I'm not gonna let you give public comment. Let's go online. I know Mr. Gutierrez was wanting to give comment earlier.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. This may be the last participation, but please not the least. My name is Leilis Gutierrez. I am a Peruvian citizen and I'm visiting the United States for the third time. I'm so blessed to be here, and I'm here in this meeting thanks to the kindness of Ali, and I would like to greet Dana Green, the mayor of Leadville. My proposal is to start an international partnership between my hometown, Cusco, and Leadville. We do have many things in common. Both cities, Leadville and Cusco, are higher up above 10,000 feet. So we deal with different things like high altitude sickness when our visitors come to Cusco, and I guess here to Leadville. We do have the mountain range called the Andes, and you have the beautiful Rocky Mountains. We do have a turquoise lake called Omanta, and you have also a similar attraction. We do have people from Native American communities living still in my region, like the Collas, the Aymaras, the Quechuas, and the most famous, the Incas. And you used to have the Yute, the Tabahuache, the Arapajos, and the Cheyennes. So I find many similarities between these two cities, and I consider as a proposal to start an international partnership called Sister Cities. I think that way we can help to preserve the legacy, the beautiful patrimony we do have in Cusco and you have here in Leadville. We can help to teach students with cultural exchanges. I think we can organize community to help each other. I think we can have another meeting with more time to show pictures and more testimonies and support to this proposal. But at the moment, I would like you to consider this from my side, interesting proposal for my country, for my hometown. And I think we have a lot of best practices to share with you, to show you how we are doing things to preserve patrimony, old houses, history, tradition, and we have a lot to learn from you as well. So that will be my proposal. I'm so happy to be visiting Leadville for the third time. I hope to join you this Sunday for that beautiful festival you will have in Harrison Avenue. And I will be here in Leadville until late April, and then I'm leaving. Well, I'm actually in Edwards, moving between Edwards and Vail because I'm visiting my sister, but I'm willing to help my country and to help you to make this connection. I will be like a bridge between Leadville and Cusco because we are both wonderful cities with a lot of history, a lot of tourists visiting. So I think it may work if we start these beautiful international sister cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gutierrez. I did send you an email, and I would propose using that as a communication, because calling you is international fees, and my city phone doesn't like those. So look in your email. I sent you one. Thank you.
Okay, WhatsApp.
Oh, yeah, WhatsApp. That's right.
Yeah, that's very popular tool in my country, WhatsApp, but absolutely, I can check my emails.
Do that.
Yeah,
and then we'll
that
figure
would be
out
a
how to
great
do the
way to
WhatsApp.
communicate. Thank you very much, and all my best for everybody on the audience tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is anyone else online desirous of giving public comment at the end of our meeting? Okay, seeing none. Let's go on to mayor's report. I am not gonna wax poetic. I've just mostly to bring people up to date. Last week, or the week before, I was actually requested by the advocates of Lake County to issue a proclamation as they celebrated their 44th year of service. And so Val Landis and I went back and forth over forming that, and I released that last week. And I believe they put in some reference to that in our newspaper, but many congratulations. The advocates of Lake County have served Leadville for so very long and so very well. The other two things I have is, so our system is really peculiar. We just went through CUPs and COAs and we all participated, but we also have this Board of Adjustment. And the Board of Adjustment hears variances, so things like setbacks that people want to change. But here's the weird thing, our adjustment board has 5 members, all made of city council, so not all 7 of us. 3 of those members just rolled off of city council, and so we need to sort of reform this Board of Adjustment because I think we have a variance at some point coming down the pike towards us. Currently, Councilmember Edwards and Councilmember Thomas are the only remaining members. So assuming that they want to continue, we need 3 more. When the Board of Adjustment hears variances, it is always embedded in our existing meetings. So there's 2 of us who just kind of sit here and wait for it to be done. So what I would like you to do is, it's not that much of a burden. We don't see these things very often, but I would like you guys to think about it. So then when we meet again at our next meeting, maybe we can put together like 3 more appointments to this board and reform it. So we can hear variances. The final, yes.
So, well, Mayor's just gonna say, so yes, we have on the agenda for the next meeting, a resolution making those appointments to the Board of Adjustment, because I see that the following meeting on April 7th, you do have a Board of Adjustment item, so that needs to happen.
That's what made me think of it, because I saw that, I was like, oh.
I think you have the date wrong.
It's April 3rd. Is it April 3rd?
Oh, for the, oh, it is.
I thought it was April 7th.
Is a Saturday.
Oh. Well.
No. April
4,
7th, 20.
Yep, you're right. I'm wrong.
Oh my God, it's 10:30 plus. I can't do this. This is math again. It's math again, people. My final statement is welcome back, Councilmember Dolick. We're so glad to have you back. You're incredible, and we want to hear more about this trip. And also a very warm happy birthday to Councilmember Thomas, who is celebrating in fine style here.
Oh, is that today?
Oh my goodness. Your keen mind and careful considerations are such a value to us, and I hope you found some time to celebrate today. Absolutely. That's all I've asked.
Wait a minute, is today actually Councilmember Thomas's birthday?
It is actually Councilmember Thomas's birthday.
I am very disappointed at someone in the room who will remain nameless did not alert me that I needed to write a poem
This
for my.
This was noticed back when we did the arrangement of our members.
Someone is getting a write-up tomorrow and someone is getting a poem in the future.
Sorry, I'll take a belated birthday photo.
Okay. All right. Council reports.
Sorry, I
Okay.
do have one.
All right, go for it.
I am super concerned going into ski touring weekend about all of the things that have landed on our sidewalks and the need for room if the crowds arrive. And I'm wondering if we can have, if we can enforce our codes and have the tables and the other things removed so that there's space on the sidewalks for our visitors.
Just a side note on that, I'm actually gonna move my bench away from the front of the store this year because people stand on it.
Oh.
And the liability of somebody after 3 or 4 beers, getting a guts to 150-year-old plate glass windows.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do that only because it's a safety issue.
So I think, just like we talked about, forward that concern on via email. We could definitely have a discussion on it, but that's not what we're doing tonight.
I'm not, I think there's only the time, I mean, there's not enough time.
Right,
So you would like
exactly.
for me to write an email to
Yes.
the chief of police or the streets department?
Lori.
Yeah, I mean,
Lori and whoever's
I understand your, concerns about this, and I think, you know, we talked about the strategic plan, we talked about everything that's on our plate. I know that, we need to deal with the Sandwich Ford sign issue. I'm just gonna say it. There's more and more popping up all the time. I just think that if we're going to be able to do that, you know, we need to create space elsewhere for that to happen.
I'm on that too. I'm really speaking tonight, Councilmember Dolick and I were walking together, passing the Golden Borough. We happened to encounter some other people. And because they have all of their tables outside, they happen to be open tonight. There wasn't even room for two of us to walk side by side. So I'm thinking more about the big tables and the standing on the table, standing on the bench, just taking up that space for the weekend.
Perhaps it would be better, because obviously we're not gonna solve this problem by the weekend. But from a safety standpoint, to just politely ask that people clear the area in front, because last year it was a, I thought it made for a dangerous choke.
We literally had people coming into the store asking if they could leave out the back because they couldn't get off the street.
Yeah.
And that happened all up and down the street.
If we get 15 grand,
It was
15
busy.
grand people again.
Yeah, so I think one of these things I really, appreciate all these issues being brought to our attention. I think the one thing we'll say is it's just a matter of staff capacity to figure out how we're gonna prioritize. And, you know, planning has talked about the number of things on their plate. There are a number of things that are mandatory for them to do. And so probably, you know, what I'd like to do is, you know, the encouragement license process.
Would this be something we could do in the next few days?
I mean, other than I can ask the chief to see if businesses will move their furniture. I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I can see if our community service officer has availability over the next couple of days to talk to the businesses.
Thank you for bringing that. Other council reports?
I have a council report and I promise to make it in 2 weeks and provide an update about the city's state historic fund grant.
On
State historic fund grant.
Oh, yeah,
for the
okay.
rehab of City Hall. 2 weeks.
Okay, anyone else? Thank you very much. I would love to briefly look at the public meetings planner. I looked at it. I didn't see anything that I want to talk about. So unless somebody else has something to say, I would really love a motion to adjourn.
Edwards moves to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you so much. I did one tough one.
There's one line that I'm to hold on.
Cisco always keeps a lengthy.